Chapter 271. No one could go against the entire Federation, not even the legendary 7 great families, not even the powerful political figures. Once the will of the Federation was expressed through a specific organization, powerful efficiency and terrifying power would descend upon the world. The investigation of the Ministry of Justice did not have the cooperation of the Bureau of Proclamation, but tens of thousands of Federation Bureau of Investigation agents and secret agents of the Ministry of Justice spread out like ants. They followed the paths that Senator Macklin had taken and the places that he had been to, and began to investigate the suspicious points in the evidence. The investigation process was very smooth and did not take long. The suspicious points found and the evidence sent by the mysterious person were enough to support many conclusions. When the 70-centimeter thick case file was sent to the Hall of Parliament Hill, even the most stubborn senator and the strongest supporter of that side had no choice but to agree to the President's request for an emergency meeting. In this emergency meeting of the Federation Management Committee, the Minister of Justice and the independent prosecutor from the First Military Academy gave a detailed explanation of the situation, and at the same time, expressed the seriousness of the situation. After an intense debate and even cursing, the Parliament finally voted to temporarily strip Senator Macklin of his judicial jurisdiction with a very narrow margin. As Senator Macklin was still a candidate for the presidential election, he still needed the signature of the Supreme Judge of the Federation Court. When all these procedures were completed, it was already 2:00 in the morning. Parliament Hill in the middle of the night was not as solemn and peaceful as usual. It was filled with shouting crowds. Under the cold gaze of the huge statue in Charter Square in the distance, Senator Macklin's supporters held George Carlin's portrait and Senator Macklin's portrait in their hands. They shouted and cursed with all their might, and gave the riot police in front of them the middle finger. The bottom of Parliament Hill was divided into 3 areas according to the long stone steps. On the other side were Senator Pabre's supporters who believed that Macklin was a terrorist. They held the photos of the innocent victims of the terrorist attacks around the mountain and shouted in that direction without showing any signs of weakness. At the same time, the prosecutors of the Ministry of Justice who quietly walked along the stone steps applauded enthusiastically. However, these people were much fewer in number, but the huge pictures in their hands were emitting a stiff and cold aura, especially one of them. It was a picture of a little girl watching a concert with her eyes closed under a cold stone. Dust covered her face, and the blood on her face had also coagulated. Xiao Wenjing and Su Songzi led more than a dozen officials from the Ministry of Justice into Parliament Hill. They had been to the highest legislative building in the Federation many times over the past few days. Their initial nervousness and excitement had long turned into calmness and joy after obtaining a clue. However, it was clear that there were many more people demonstrating today than usual. The flashing lights on both sides were particularly dazzling, probably because the news had leaked out. On the street beside the lawn, a black car was parked there quietly. Su Lo lit a cigarette and took a light puff. Through the car's surveillance system, he watched the lively scene in the distant Parliament Hill. Finally, his gaze fell on the picture of the little girl. His fingers trembled as he held the cigarette, and he immediately aimed the image on the screen at the entrance of Parliament Hill. Whether it was the Department of Defense or the nutshell maneuver, it seemed to be a little difficult for them to deal with a meritorious subject like him. Therefore, he simply did not go to work at the Whitewater Company these days. Instead, he came to Parliament Hill every day. Being able to see Macklin brought to justice as soon as possible was what he looked forward to the most. When he discovered that Xiao Wenjing and Su Songzi were actually members of the investigation team of the Ministry of Justice, he could not help but be a little surprised. Then, he felt a sense of admiration in his heart. Not long after, the officials of the Ministry of Justice walked out of Parliament Hill. In the middle of the crowd, Senator Macklin, who was wearing a grey windbreaker, looked as usual and did not appear to be dispirited. The flashing lights immediately lit up half the night sky. Under the artificial light, the statues on the pillars of the Parliament Hill appeared lifelike and exceptionally ferocious. Senator Macklin was escorted down the stone steps. A few special official vehicles were waiting to take him to the Ministry of Justice for investigation. When the people at the bottom of the stone steps saw this scene, their emotions suddenly reached a peak. Countless supporters chanted the old man's name, sobbing as they scolded the shamelessness of the government. On the other hand, there were fewer people in the crowd, and they angrily shouted terms like murderer, baby killer, hypocrite, and so on. There was no expression on Senator Macklin's face. His footsteps were still steady, and his aged face was still calm and confident. He waved at the people who supported him to express his gratitude. "Senator Macklin, do you have anything to say?" The reporters who were stopped outside the safety zone shouted loudly as they pressed their shutters with all their might. Senator Macklin stopped in his tracks, smiled, and then raised his hands. The Ministry of Justice was not stupid enough to handcuff him. There was not even a plastic rope around his hands outside the sleeves of his windbreaker. "I've been handcuffed many times in my life, but I proved that I was right every time and came back safely." The Parliament Hill became a little quieter. Senator Macklin raised his hands with a smile and said, "However, today proved that the Federation is still full of invisible handcuffs everywhere. I don't want the Federation to fall into some kind of divisive mood because of this incident." Senator Macklin said loudly to the reporters and the people who supported him, "Go back, at least history will give its right judgment." Only history had the right to give its judgment. What about the law of the Federation? These few words of Senator Macklin vaguely revealed some kind of emotion in his heart. Suddenly, it infected the expressions of the supporters, and a sense of sadness grew in their hearts. Even the reporters momentarily forgot what they were supposed to ask. At this moment, the chief political reporter of the Capital Daily News, Wood, suddenly shouted at Macklin, who was on the stone steps, "The moral court in your heart has already sentenced you to death." Senator Macklin looked at the reporter who threw him down, smiled slightly, and did not say anything. Inspector Xiao Wenjing, who was next to him holding his arm, stiffened slightly. She remembered that the sentence that reporter Wood said was the focus of the last of the 17 editorials that Senator Macklin published in the Daily News. The angry people began to throw paper balls and spit at Wood. The scene was chaotic. A few special official vehicles, under the protection of the riot police, slowly drove away from Parliament Hill. Sulu turned off the remote monitoring screen and silently finished the last puff of his cigarette. He thought about the crowd and the angry young people just now. He thought about how even Zhou Yingxing did not believe that Macklin would do such a shameless thing at the beginning. He suddenly understood why he was unwilling to forgive Lin Yuanhu in the Milky Way public cemetery. It was because he knew very well that people like Macklin and Lin Yuanhu were the best, but also the most disgusting actors. Professor Shen once said that there was no such thing as reason in the universe. However, the major events that happened one after another in the Federation in the past 6 months seemed to prove that reason still existed, at least in the hearts of some people. Because of this understanding, because of the news that Uncle Feng Yu was still alive, Su Lu, who seemed to have been forgotten by many people, was very happy to be a spectator in a drama. He watched as murderers and arsonists were sent to court, and bridge builders and pavers were at ease underground. However, the development of the situation was out of his expectations. On the day that Senator Macklin was invited by the Ministry of Justice to investigate, demonstrations broke out in countless cities in the capital ring. The ordinary citizens of the Federation, who would never fully understand the dark side of politics, as usual, regarded Senator Macklin's case as one of the countless dark sides of the Federation. The thoughts of the people were very simple, very simple. Macklin, who came from S2, was an outsider in the political system of the Federation. He was a weakling, and he had no motive to commit such evil acts. Therefore, in the hearts of the people, Senator Macklin was definitely a victim, and the accusation by the Ministry of Justice was just a shameless plot by some big shots. Senator Macklin had worked tirelessly over the years to preach his nonviolent views, creating an extremely perfect political image for him. Coupled with the cries of the fanatical, unloyal George Carlin activists, countless people of the Federation began to take to the streets in solidarity with the senator who had been deprived of judicial jurisdiction, especially in the university town of Lynn High. Most of the students joined the demonstration, causing a large number of suspension of classes. The next night, as Senator Macklin's campaign partner, Governor Ross, held a press conference. In the press conference, he expressed his absolute trust and strong support for Senator Macklin's ethics. He angrily and discontentedly accused the government of the Federation of playing an extremely dishonorable role in this matter. He also stated that he would not rule out revealing some ugly truths at the appropriate time. He asked the Ministry of Justice to immediately release Senator Macklin and sincerely apologize. At the same time, he announced that the campaign office had submitted a letter to the court, accusing the Capital Daily and a private television station of spreading false information, endangering public safety, defamation, and bribery of journalists. As an experienced politician who had controlled the largest city in the Federation for many years, the counterattack of Governor Ross of Jingzhou was definitely not just a press conference. Just after the press conference, several of the most famous business people in the Federation also began to stand up, expressing their distrust of the Ministry of Justice and their support for Senator Macklin. A large number of influential organizations such as the Federation Financial Association, the Mining Association, and a large number of far-reaching organizations also expressed their attitudes. In the next 10 hours, more powerful people stood up to support Senator Macklin. 17 professors of the Capital University signed an open letter, and the Academic Committee of the Federation also expressed their concern. More media also began to stand on the side of the people who were protesting, waving flags and cheering for them. They felt that it was unimaginable and unbearable for such a blatant act to happen on this day of the 37th Constitution. Chapter 272. Sulu watched the scene on the news and could not help but shake his head, cursing under his breath. He could never have imagined that the usually silent Federation citizens would actually have so many people standing up this time. Moreover, the Federation Academic Committee actually had the face to express concern. This was truly incomprehensible to him. After squatting for an hour in the horse stance, silently practicing those close combat stances several times in the Wangdu apartment, every inch of his muscles and joints were stretched. However, he was no longer in pain like he had been in the Eastwood district all those years ago. Instead, the slight soreness and numbness felt very comfortable. The power in his body was like a scorching hot line, moving through his body. It no longer made his muscles and skin tremble. In the 67th year of the constitutional calendar, he was still persisting in his training, steadily advancing towards the path of becoming the #1 machine that Uncle Feng Yu had spoken of. However, there were too many things to handle after all. The development of the MX Mecha and many other matters distracted him. His progress had been stagnant, and there was even a faint possibility that it might regress. And after that battle at the peak of Kaki Peak a few days ago, under the pressure of Madman Li's powerful and terrifying strength, Sulu had been stimulated by a certain emotion. He had a general understanding that whether it was in Federation society or the military, in the end, individual ability was the most important factor. When the situation or social system could not help every individual citizen, they could only rely on themselves. After taking a cold shower, he sat back on the sofa and began to watch the news again. This feeling in his heart grew stronger and stronger. In the past few hours, countless unexpected events had happened in the Federation. Like interstellar dust at the core of a galaxy, they constantly changed angles and colors, making the hundreds of millions of Federation citizens unable to take it all in. They were dazzled and frightened. Senator Macklin was being investigated by the Ministry of Justice. The public gathering outside the Ministry of Justice building had also been going on for a long time. It was already late at night, and candles were densely arranged on both sides of the street. Tens of thousands of supporters used silence to express their dissatisfaction with the government and their distrust of the Federation's judicial system. The lawn outside the Justice Department building had even been turned into a temporary command center by Ross Medland's campaign office. Countless reporters had gathered there, and their cameras faithfully transmitted the images to every TV screen in every home. Governor Ross stood on a makeshift stage and waved his arms vigorously as he expressed his angry opinion. At the same time, he strongly urged his election opponent, Senator Pobre, to stop maintaining his hypocritical silence and stand up bravely to debate with him. Governor Ross's speech was interrupted by the applause of his supporters. At the end of the road, there was another group of people shouting slogans to punish the murderer, but their voices were so far away and soft. The news footage changed to the four mountainous states of Region S2. The former heavy industrial base of the Federation was where Senator Medellin made his fortune. His reputation here was unparalleled. However, for some unknown reason, after Senator Medellin was taken away by the Ministry of Justice, hundreds of millions of industrial workers remained silent. No one knew what was at work here. But tonight, the silence of the four mountainous states was finally broken. The workers of the 23rd Heavy Machinery Production Base of the Federation were the first to walk out of the factory. Soon after, more workers walked out of the factory and onto the streets. The four mountainous states' strike had thus begun. Whether it was Shi Qinghai, who was hiding in the dark, or the madam of the Tai family, or the senior officials of the Federation government, none of them had expected that the Federation, which had been peaceful for many years, would become chaotic just like that. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the dense crowd on the news. He thought of Zhang Xiaomeng's unswerving loyalty to Senator Medellin. He knew that the old man had an outstanding ability to win people's hearts, and he suddenly felt uneasy. Li Xiuzhu had never believed the investigation conclusion of the Ministry of Justice. As a behind-the-scenes supporter of Ross Medellin's campaign, he had met Senator Medellin several times at fundraising parties. He had a very good impression of the senator, so good that he almost forgot that he had an anti-government background. He thought that Senator Medellin was an extremely mature politician. How could he do crazy things that wouldn't benefit his career at all? Those who supported Councillor Macklin had created a huge commotion in a very short period of time. It was definitely not just because of Councillor Macklin's reputation, but also because of the influence of the forces led by the iron schemer in the business world. Even so, when Li Xiuzhu heard about the four mountainous state strike, he was still a bit shocked. He felt more and more that his decision to invest in Ross Medellin on behalf of his family was a wise decision. Standing on the top floor of the Sanlin United Bank headquarters, Li Xiuzhu's handsome face flashed with a relaxed smile as he looked at the candlelight on the street in the distance through the glass curtain wall. People's hearts were not something that could be bought with money. At this moment, the phone beside him rang. Li Xiuzhu held the phone and said respectfully, "Father, according to the internal information from the Ministry of Justice, they will probably be unable to withstand the pressure from all sides very soon. The senator will be released soon, and will only be put under house surveillance." The head of the Li family on the other end of the phone said softly with a hoarse voice, "Senator Medellin has always been deepening his influence among the younger generation of the Federation. He has considered himself as George Carlin's successor. He has been doing this for more than 10 years, and finally, there are results. Those fanatical young people will naturally do anything to follow him. But do you think this situation is the same as what we originally expected? I don't know where the Ministry of Justice got these messy materials, but it is very clear that the madam is adding fuel to the fire. Otherwise, the Parliament wouldn't have taken away Senator Medellin's judicial jurisdiction so quickly." Li Xiuzhu said calmly, "I admit that I underestimated the Tai family's influence and determination, but the situation is still under control." The other end of the phone was silent for a long time. Then, the head of the Leaf family slowly said, "Idiot, come back immediately. At this time, you still can't see that the situation is already out of control. What is in your stinky skin? If the madam is determined to solve this situation, do you think that those foolish people who are marching can go against her?" Li Xiuzhu held the phone and remained silent. He had a strange expression on his face. He didn't know where the problem was. The Federation government killed George Carlin. We can't let them kill Senator Medellin. At this time, I think that all the citizens of the Federation should stand up and express their position. I don't want to vote at all in this year's election. I even leaned towards Senator Pobre, but the actions of the Ministry of Justice this time have disappointed me. How can the politics of the Federation be so dirty? In the news, the reporters randomly interviewed the people who were marching at the Ministry of Justice building and Linhai University. Those ordinary people's answers were very emotional. The situation is a bit out of control. Lady Tai lightly rubbed her forehead and said slowly, "That useless person from the Leaf family still can't see the danger. The 4 states around the mountains have already gone on strike. If this continues, the society will be in chaos, and the Federation will be the one to suffer." The 7 major families lived in the Federation and coexisted with the Federation. If the Federation was in trouble, then the 7 major families would be in trouble. These important people hidden in the shadows of history would coldly and cruelly fight for each other's benefits. However, they would definitely not allow this kind of fight to bring unpredictable risks to their benefits. In the room, Secretary Shen quietly listened to the madam's words. At the same time, he quickly browsed through the feedback from the various departments of the Tai family. In the end, he said softly, "The Ministry of Justice will remove the enforcement measures tomorrow morning. Senator Medellin will be put under house surveillance." Lady Tai shook her head indifferently and said, "Medellin won't come out. He's an old gambler. He bet all of his decades of influence on this case. He didn't even hesitate to let the social and political races go against each other and cause chaos just to seek a reversal of victory. The latest public support rate is out. Ross Medellin is only 1 percentage point away from Mr. Pobre," Secretary Shen reported. "Why is Medellin so desperate? He should know that if this continues, the Federation's fundamental interests will be damaged. He won't have any good results." Madame Tai closed her eyes and thought. Chapter 273. Outside the window, the wind was surging, but his heart was calm. Senator Macklin stood by the window and looked at his supporters on the lawn. His slightly aged face was incomparably peaceful. His political life and even his life might come to an end after this incident, but he had no intention of backing down. In the entire Federation, except for himself, no one could understand the persistence in his heart. In the eyes of the Federation politicians, that madam, and the head of the Leaf family, he did not hesitate to provoke the opposition of the Federation society and stubbornly refused to back down. It was really a crazy move, but he was going to continue like this unless the situation changed again. A few months ago, Senator Macklin felt that there were some problems around him. In the network of subordinates that he had been managing for a long time, some dangerous person seemed to have found some gaps. The death of one of his capable subordinates made him directly use the young people who had been following him for a long time, including Helen's secretary, as sacrificial objects in the concert attack. However, even so, the matter was not over, because after the incident, another subordinate mysteriously disappeared, and was still not found to this day. Senator Macklin could not have known that his subordinate had already become a dry corpse in the ocean. He also could not have thought that the person who found so much evidence of his crimes was just a person who walked on the edge of the Federation's darkness. However, many years ago, he was mentally prepared for his own ending. In fact, he had never imagined that he could face the powerful Federation head-on with the power that he had discovered among the young people in the 4 states around the mountains. 60 years in a foreign land, when did I not miss my family for a moment? Not many wrong paths in the galaxy, I offer my body to the light. Senator Macklin silently recited this ancient poem in his heart, thinking that this life was enough. Outside the door, Inspector Xiao Wenjing said to a middle-aged man, "Just now, he received a few calls. We did not listen in, but it should be some forces persuading him to temporarily leave the Ministry of Justice so that the situation outside can be calmer." But for some reason, Macklin directly refused. The middle-aged man was none other than Brigiosi, an independent investigator secretly established by the Ministry of Justice and recently approved by Parliament Hill. He was a respected senior law professor of the First Military Academy, but this time, he was in charge of investigating a candidate for the vice president, a politician deeply supported by the lower class of the Federation. He still felt endless pressure. Mr. Bugliassi looked at the crowd outside the window, who had stayed up all night. He smiled and pushed open the door and walked in. Mr. Bugliassi put these unexpected difficulties behind him. Senator Macklin turned around and said with a gentle smile, "Hello, Mr. Inspector. This is the first time we've met, but please don't persuade me to leave. I won't leave before the Department of Justice has cleared my name and formally apologized to me." Officer Briossi looked at him quietly. After a long time, he said in a rather playful tone, "Mr. Senator, you don't have to leave. In fact, we will have many more opportunities to meet in the future. I'm here to inform you that a special hearing will be held on Parliament Hill soon. A key witness will point out your role in the Linhai State Gymnasium assassination in front of the senators." Senator Macklin's eyes slowly narrowed. It only took him a short time to remember that girl, the girl who liked sex, the girl he had personally trained for a year, the girl who should have been dead. The sun at 8 or 9 in the morning shone over the capital special district. The magnificent building on Parliament Hill had a long shadow that extended all the way to the back of Green Mountain, covering the green trees and morning birds there. The straight pool and lawn in front of the Parliament Hill were extremely neat. White pigeons walked in between, pecking at the grains thrown by people. Senator Macklin was being interrogated in the Ministry of Justice building, and the protesters were also gathered in that direction. The sacred Parliament Hill of the Federation should have welcomed its own tranquility, but at this time, the long stone steps were already surrounded by reporters who had heard the news. The Parliament Hill hearing procedure was a very complicated matter. However, the madam behind the scenes and the big shots in the Federation had forcibly simplified the procedure to the extreme. Even the most well-informed senators only found out about the news in the middle of the night. More senators cancelled their trips at the last minute and rushed to the Parliament Hill. However, when they thought of the seriousness of the matter, no one raised any objections to the holding of the hearing. The reporters who had heard the news were only a few minutes late. The broadcast vans of the major TV stations in the Federation were already on standby, ready to broadcast at any time. However, in order to win the right to broadcast in the Parliament Hill, who knew how many rounds of requests and torment they had to go through to win the right to broadcast in the Parliament Hill? At 11:30, when it was almost time for lunch, the old senator from South Dakota finally rushed back on a special plane. The Parliament Hill had the necessary number of people, and the hearing on the charges against Senator Macklin was officially held. The 5 huge circular stone pillars on the Parliament Hill were incomparably grand and magnificent. The interior of the meeting hall was even more spacious. The dark wood decorations, the huge lamp that hung dozens of meters in the air, the arc-shaped rows of senators' seats, and the quiet atmosphere filled the Federation's highest legislative meeting place with a dignified and authoritative atmosphere. Zhang Xiaomeng, who was wearing a bra, walked in through the side passage of the Parliament Hill under the guidance of an official from the Ministry of Justice. She wore light-colored boots, plain clothes, and short hair that reached her ears. She looked extremely capable. Seeing that this witness was a young lady who had an uncomfortable feeling about her, the senators who were leading the Federation's direction were slightly startled. After that, they began to discuss softly. The dignified feeling in the air made Zhang Xiaomeng, who was entering the Parliament Hill for the first time, feel a little nervous. However, she immediately took a deep breath and nodded to the senators closest to her with a calm expression. At the same time, she subconsciously glanced at the camera lens fixed on the passage. The 3 TV stations of the Federation had obtained the right to broadcast live. Everything that happened in the hearing would be transmitted to every TV screen through wireless signals. Zhang Xiaomeng gently clenched her fists, trying to make her footsteps more steady. However, she silently thought that since she had returned to S1 once again, Lin Hai's parents should have seen her. He should have seen her as well. Her heels stepped on the expensive mahogany floor, making a steady rhythm in the quiet and spacious Parliament Hall. The official from the Ministry of Justice stopped below, and the Parliament's protocol officer led her to the table on the right side of the rostrum. Zhang Xiaomeng stood behind the semicircular podium and turned around to face the hundreds of senators in the Parliament Hill. The seats of the councillors were like countless arcs that extended upwards. Every seat was extremely far apart, and there were countless seats that were not filled. In the interior of this magnificent building, everyone seemed so small. She also had this feeling, especially when she saw the most famous politicians of the Federation staring at her with hawk-like eyes. She was a little flustered. "Please place your hand on the Magna Carta and recite the oath after me." The Parliament's protocol officer stood below the mahogany podium and said softly. He was a few heads shorter than her. Zhang Xiaomeng took a few deep breaths and placed her hand on the Magna Carta. This was a thick book about 50 centimeters wide and 1 meter long. It recorded the first charter of the Federation and several of the most important amendments. It was the creed that every citizen of the Federation had to abide by. After she placed her hand on the book, the first thing she felt was that this book was very thick. She did not know what material the book cover was made of, but it was a little cold. The people under the protection of the Magna Carta enjoy freedom and equality. Zhang Xiaomeng followed and recited softly, "I swear to the Magna Carta that I will tell the truth to the best of my knowledge without hiding anything." At first, her voice was very soft, and it was not very clear in the quiet Parliament Hill. The few senators sitting behind the stepped seats frowned. But then, Zhang Xiaomeng's voice became louder and louder, clearer and clearer. She was used to this kind of solemn and depressing environment. She understood that these powerful big shots in the Federation were actually just the resident bugs of the Federation that her comrades in the mountains wanted to eliminate. In that case, the dizzying seats of the senators in the magnificent building were actually no different from the densely packed holes that termites had dug out in the soil. After experiencing the betrayal, and seeing the pain, poverty, sacrifice, and corpses, the Zhang Xiaomeng of today was no longer the innocent and kind girl from a year ago. She calmly finished reciting the oath and then calmly waited for the senators to ask her questions. The host of today's special hearing was the chairman of the Ethics Committee of the Federation Management Committee, the senior senator from S3, Shaun. The old man glanced at the woman on the stage with cloudy eyes and asked coldly, "Your name?" "Zhang Xiaomeng," she answered clearly. "You used to be a secret staff member in Senator Medine's office." "Yes. But according to the report, you should have died in a sailing accident in Region S2 in the first half of the year. That was a conspiracy. I am still alive. I am standing in front of all the senators now to reveal this conspiracy to you." This was not a court trial, but it was colder than a court trial. At this time, the senators had already received the specific questions and the scope of the hearing. As the anti-government girl from the Green Dragon Mountain on the stage answered in a very organized manner, the solemn Parliament Hill gradually fell into silence. This was the first time in history that a member of the anti-government army stood in the Federation's highest council in broad daylight. This matter itself was history. In the Wangdu condominium 120 kilometers away from the Parliament Hill, Sulu was silently watching the live broadcast on TV. He looked at the girl who was both familiar and unfamiliar, calm and composed. There was no trace of the young and inexperienced girl from before, only a determined temperament. He did not feel that there was another historical event in the Federation. He only felt that the history of the past 2 years was ridiculous. Chapter 274. Sulu had trained his body for too long last night, so he woke up a little later than usual. He cooked a bowl of instant porridge and did not go for a morning jog in the park as planned. Instead, he subconsciously turned on the TV. Watching the news on TV had become his main job for the past few days. He originally wanted to see the progress of the demonstrations in the Federation, as well as the strike in the 4 states around the mountain. He also wanted to see if Medellin would walk out of the Justice Department building, but he did not expect the Federation News Channel to start broadcasting breaking news early in the morning. The emergency hearing of the Parliament should be related to the matter he was concerned about, so he did not go out. He silently sensed the power flowing in his body while waiting for the hearing to start. However, when the beautiful girl appeared on the news screen, Sulu knew that waiting was not the right thing to do. The girl had cut her hair short. She was dressed more simply and her expression was calmer. She looked in the direction of the camera and smiled slightly. She walked into the hall and walked up to the rostrum. She placed her hand on the Magna Carta and began to swear the oath. Sulu thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him, or that it was an illusion. The most likely possibility was that the damn omnipotent Federation computer had invaded his brain again, causing him to have an epileptic hallucination. Otherwise, he should not have been able to see her. However, his rationality gradually returned, telling him that all this was real and could scare him. Especially when the girl said her name, he gradually shook off his absent-minded state. He walked in front of the TV screen and gently touched the girl's face on the news with his finger. He did not hear what she was saying, but his body trembled from the cold touch. After standing in front of the TV screen in silence for 3 seconds, Sulu turned around and took a shirt from the closet behind the door. He put it on and went into the elevator to the underground parking lot. He sat in the driver's seat of the black car, fastened his seatbelt, and turned on the car's TV screen to watch the Federation's live broadcast. He started the car and drove away from the apartment as fast as he could. He rushed onto Highway 2 and drove towards the Capital Special District under the clouds in the distance. You mean the Bureau of Proclamation can also make mistakes? The charter can't be wrong, but people can. On the holographic screen in the car, the Senate hearing was still going on. Sulu did not lower his head to look at it. He listened to every word that the girl said seriously. His expression did not change at all. He only looked a little pale, and occasionally, there would be a faint blush on his face. You were once a returnee, and according to your own account, you are now a spy for the anti-government army. I don't understand why you would risk being arrested and returned to S1, and even request for this special hearing. On the light screen, Senator Zion frowned and stopped Zhang Xiaomeng from replying. He continued, a woman who has no loyalty to the Federation at all. How trustworthy is your testimony? I am loyal to the Federation, but I am not loyal to the Federation government. The anti-radar equipment on the car had already been turned on. All the sensors on the road were ineffective against the black car that passed by like a ghost. Sulu did not know how much he exceeded the speed limit, and he did not have the extra energy to care about the cursing drivers on the highway. He narrowed his eyes and paid attention to the progress of the hearing. He drove into the Capital Special District, bypassed the empty Hawking Avenue, and turned towards Charter Square. However, he was blocked by the busy traffic near Parliament Hill. Without any hesitation, Sulu casually threw the car on the side of the street, slammed the door, and ran towards the Senate building in the distance. He ran as fast as he could while tidying up his clothes. Only then did he notice that he had randomly grabbed a military uniform without epaulets. The traffic in the capital was usually not so busy. He did not know if it was the demonstration that blocked the traffic and hindered people's communication. Sulu angrily squeezed through the young students holding signs. By the time he reached the stone steps of the Senate building, a long time had passed. The front of the Senate building was crowded with news media. Only a few large television stations were allowed to broadcast the hearing live. As many as hundreds of reporters and cameramen were standing on one side of the lawn. In front of the chosen backdrop of Parliament Hill, they hurriedly reported the situation to the channel manager. They were making real-time news connections. The scene was chaotic. Sulu passed through the heavy cameras and quickly walked up the stone steps to the entrance of the Senate building. He was stopped by the police cordon and hundreds of military police. Outside the police cordon, other than the reporters, there were also some excited people who came for some unknown reason. Everyone was excited. Sulu wiped the sweat on his forehead. In this cold late autumn day, he was drenched in sweat from running. Through the shoulders and the brim of the hat in front of him, he looked at the tall and wide entrance of the Senate building. He listened to the discussions around him, but gradually calmed down. Seeing that the girl was still alive, he did not know why, but he did not need a reason. His body seemed to be controlled by instinct and rushed out of the apartment to the place closest to her. But then he suddenly thought, what was he doing here? Was it like in the movies, when the soldier who had gone on an expedition to the galaxy returned home in glory and was giving a speech at a special capital city meeting? Suddenly, his lover, whom he had not seen for 3 years, shouted his name from the other side of the lawn. So he was stunned, raised his head, looked into the distance, and was pleasantly surprised. He jumped off the stage and jumped into the pond, creating a trail of white splashes and startling a few lazy waterfowls. He ran away, and then hugged in the pond, lowered his head, and kissed her. There were tears. Was this a reunion? But this was not a reunion. Sulu felt a little cold, but he still stood stubbornly at the door, waiting for the girl to appear. Under the escort of the Ministry of Justice, Zhang Xiaomeng walked out of the Senate building. A confident and steady smile appeared on her face. She shook hands with the counselor who had specially escorted her out and said a few words in a soft voice. A news reporter handed over a microphone and asked a question loudly. Zhang Xiaomeng smiled gently and did not answer the actual question. But she used her calm and sincerity to perfectly portray the image of the anti-government army in the mountains. Sulu looked at the girl in the middle of the stone steps quietly through the crowd. It had been a long time since he had seen her so closely. In the past, he had only looked at her from a dining table away. In the past, he had never looked at her from such a distance. But now, separated by the crowd, it was as far as the Milky Way. Zhang Xiaomeng had become a lot more mature. This maturity was not because the harsh environment of Green Dragon Mountain had left an indelible mark on the girl's face. She was still young and beautiful, but there was a trace of inexplicable determination in her temperament. He did not know how many things had happened to her in the past year. The elf girl with the red devil horns had finally grown up. Sulu looked at her quietly and thought about it quietly. He watched her smile sincerely at the reporters and thought about the snow and porridge in the girls' dormitory in the plum garden. He had never forgotten those memories. Instead, because of her death, they had become unforgettable. But for some reason, when he saw her appear alive in front of his eyes, those memories that often appeared in his dreams in the middle of the night suddenly faded away. At this moment, Sulu saw Zhang Xiaomeng turn her head to the side amidst the flashing lights. Her calm and steady eyes seemed to be wandering, as if she was looking for something in the crowd. Then, those eyes fell on his face. On the stone steps of the highest authority in the Federation, separated by the crowd and noise, Sulu and Zhang Xiaomeng's eyes met. At this moment, it was as if there was no existence other than them. Zhang Xiaomeng's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, a trace of helplessness, a trace of guilt, a trace of sadness, a trace of uneasiness, a trace of joy. Countless emotions eventually converged into a single teardrop that slowly flowed down from the corner of her eye. Su Lo quietly watched her cry in the crowd. His incomparably complicated emotions suddenly became clear and calm. A reporter in the crowd asked a question loudly. Zhang Xiaomeng, who was in a daze and crying, came to her senses and slowly turned her head. It was so difficult to turn her head back. The flashing lights around her were so bright. Zhang Xiaomeng clenched her fists tightly. That was why she had seen the other person later than he had. At that moment, she thought she had seen wrongly. The female anti-government soldier suddenly came to the capital special district and testified on Parliament Hill. This was the first time in the Federation's history that this had happened. The reporters and the public had been paying attention to the progress of the hearing. They were deeply impressed by the calmness and perseverance of the young girl on the stone steps. This girl had a temperament that was completely absent from her peers in the Federation. This temperament was extremely charming in front of this grand building. However, at this moment, many reporters and the public noticed that the calm and determined girl suddenly had tears in her eyes. "Miss Zhang Xiaomeng, may I ask why you are crying?" The reporter asked loudly, "Is it because you remember the unfair treatment you once suffered, or is it because you are angry at Senator Macklin's despicable actions?" "The flashing lights are too bright," Zhang Xiaomeng replied with a smile. There was laughter all around. Amidst the laughter, the girl looked out of the corner of her eye. However, she sadly found that the boy had disappeared into the crowd. The moment she turned her head, Su Lu did not hesitate anymore. He immediately turned and left. He had come, seen, and confirmed. That was enough. He walked down the stone steps in loneliness. Then, he was blocked by a group of Justice Department officials wearing trench coats and holding black umbrellas. The sky above the capital special district was cloudy and thick. However, the probability of rain in late autumn was very low, so the pedestrians on the streets and the reporters on the stone steps did not carry umbrellas. Therefore, these officials wearing trench coats and holding black umbrellas were particularly eye-catching. Trench coats and black umbrellas were the standard equipment for Justice Department officials in autumn. Just like the heavy black commercial vehicles of the Federation Investigation Bureau, it clearly showed their identity. Chapter 275. Su Lo had only had time to brush his teeth after waking up. He hadn't even combed his hair, so his somewhat messy black hair was scattered across his head. He quietly looked at the Justice Department official in front of him and noticed that this person's face was slightly red, and he was panting heavily. It seemed that he had just run not far. "I won't cooperate because I'm not in the mood." At this moment, his feelings were complicated and heavy that no one could understand. He glanced at the official in front of him, shook his head, and walked forward somewhat numbly. "You have to cooperate." There were about 7 or 8 officials from the Justice Department, and they directly blocked his path. The official from before said coldly, "Just now, we went to Wangdu Apartments to look for you, but you ran away first. We followed you all the way here and were almost shaken off by you. It took us a long time to find you. If you don't come with us, I have the right to arrest you." At this moment, Su Li's feelings were very messy and terrible, but it didn't take him long to understand what this Justice Department official wanted to investigate. Naturally, it was related to Zhang Xiaomeng, who had just walked out of the Parliament building. The Justice Department wanted to accuse Senator Macklin of participating in the Lin Hai assassination, so they naturally needed his testimony. However, this was a cold and sad day. He just subconsciously wanted to leave the crowd behind him, leave his chaotic emotions, and leave this place as soon as possible. Therefore, he didn't want to go to the Justice Department for any investigation. He pushed the official in front of him away and continued to walk forward in silence. Suddenly, a voice said, "If I'm not wrong, our goal should be the same. You know that we are investigating Macklin, so I think you should come with us." Su Lu looked up and saw Inspector Xiao Wenjing. He was no stranger to this inspector. During the murder case on Hushan Road, the two of them had interacted many times. In the recent news, this inspector who had been temporarily transferred to the Justice Department to be in charge of the Macklin case had been on the news many times. Goal? What goal? Su Lu met his serious gaze and suddenly opened his mouth. His voice was full of self-mockery and frustration. It was unknown whether he was asking the other party or himself. Under the obstruction of Inspector Xiao Wenjing, the officials of the Justice Department watched the young man leave without taking any coercive measures. The officials looked at Xiao Wenjing and asked for the reason in confusion. They anxiously thought about the importance of this person to the Macklin case. "When we checked the files this morning, he was from the Department of Defense. We didn't have the authority, so we could only ask for his cooperation." Xiao Wenjing looked at Su Li's back as he walked toward the lawn. For some reason, she could feel the emptiness in this young man's heart. The efficiency of the Ministry of Justice was very high. When they found out that the Green Dragon Mountain anti-government army had provided an important witness, the follow-up work immediately started. Thus, Xiao Wenjing saw a lot of secret files regarding Su Lu. Xiao Wenjing knew that Su Lu and the girl who was being interviewed on the stone steps were once lovers. After some sorting out, it didn't take too much effort for this sharp inspector to guess what had happened. The recent series of scandals in the Federation also made him understand why this man named Su Lu was involved in the murder case on Hushan Road. Even if he is an officer directly in charge of the Department of Defense, this matter is too important. "In the future, we will need him to testify in court," an official said. "Keep an eye on him. I will go and apply for the authority. Also, don't provoke him at this time. He is probably in a bad mood." Xiao Wenjing walked toward the car and said, "Actually, when he thinks it through, he will come and find us." Su Lu sat on the bench by the lawn and thought for a long time, but he still couldn't figure it out. His honest and simple face didn't show the intense inner struggle at this time. Instead, he looked a little lonely because of the silence. She was still alive, which was good. However, why was his heart filled with joy and also sadness? Was it because he was deceived? But he should be very clear that the news of her death was hidden because of the influence of many people. But why was he still sad? He was not a fool. He knew very well what it meant to have the girl of his first love come back to life. He also knew that his 1 year of time, 1 year of sadness, 1 year of hard work, and 1 year of disregard for life and death were all fake. However, she was still alive, wasn't she? It was better for her to be alive than to be gone forever. Since that was the case, what was there to be angry and dissatisfied about? But, in the end, his mood was like the late autumn wind. It was still a little bleak and not like a young man. Because of her death, he had cried in pain and tossed and turned in bed at night. In order to seek justice for her, he was not even afraid of exposing his identity as a fugitive from the Federation. A small character like him had resolutely thrown himself into the great turmoil of the Federation. He was as tenacious as a rock and stared at Senator Macklin like a poisonous snake. He worked hard and threw himself into the development of new mecha. He trampled on Lin Yuanhu and ruined the other party's election. He opened his eyes wide and wanted to see how Macklin would die. If the Federation did not let him die, he was already prepared to put his life on the line to kill Macklin and avenge her. The breath he had held in his chest for a year, at the moment when he was about to release it, he suddenly realized that there was no reason to hold it. It was like an animal that had hibernated for half a year, only to realize that the vast expanse of white snow was fake, it was a bubble that had been torn apart. The source of all that he was willing to give up everything was also fake. Sulu sat on a bench and silently looked at the calm pond in front of him. The pond was very large and reflected the majestic Parliament building. Because of the cold weather, the birds had already flown to South Kuzhou, and not many of them came to accompany the lonely Sulu. Sulu was indeed happy that the girl was still alive. He had never been so happy before. But what followed was disappointment and bitterness. What exactly was he in her heart? He was a genius in mecha mechanics and a powerful young expert. But the first love of his life was so bizarre that even a novelist would find it hard to imagine. He could not understand it at all. After Uncle Fengyu died, he told himself never to cry again. Then, when he found out about Zhang Xiaomeng's death, he cried in his blanket. Today's complex emotions made his nose ache. He could not explain it clearly. The young lad only wanted to cry properly in front of the still water in front of him. At that moment, the phone rang. Sulu took out his phone from his pants and said a few words. Just as he was about to turn it off, he saw another call. On the other end of the line was Zhou Yu. Her voice carried a trace of nervousness and doubt. Other than the Federation government's intelligence department, the only people who knew about the story between Sulu and Zhang Xiaomeng were those closest to him. The eldest daughter of the Zhou family was naturally one of them. When she saw the girl named Zhang Xiaomeng on the news, she immediately thought of how shocked Sulu would be when he found out. Sulu spoke a few words to her softly over the phone and calmed down a little. It was always good to have friends who cared about you at such a time. After hanging up the phone, he lit another cigarette. He wanted to get rid of the sour smell in his nose. He thought that since Zhou Yu had already made the call, no one should bother him anymore. At that moment, an email was sent to his phone. There was a simple line of words on the email. I told you a long time ago, love is about two mouths. You're not crying right now, are you? One last thing, at least she's still alive, right? If you're disappointed and sad right now, doesn't that mean you want her to die? Sulu stared at the phone screen in a daze. He didn't try to call back because he knew that the guy must have turned off his phone and thrown the card away in the shortest time possible, just like the previous few times. He smiled. Now that he was wanted by the Federation, he didn't hesitate to take the risk to persuade him. Mr. Sher was really a good guy. Sulu stubbed out the cigarette. He was about to pinch the cigarette with 2 fingers and look for a trash can like in the past, but after thinking about it, he threw it into the beautiful, quiet, and birdless pond. Yes, it was better to be alive than dead. This was a good thing, but it would no longer be his problem in the future. He forced a gentle smile on his face, buttoned up the collar of his military uniform, and walked toward the bus stop outside the lawn. When he walked to the side of the street, a bus stopped at the license plate, and Bai Yulan walked out. This delicate man still had his head down, and his black hair fell in front of his forehead, swaying gently in the autumn wind. Bai Yulan noticed that Su Li's mood seemed a little strange today. The smile that came from his heart in the past seemed a little awkward. He didn't know the specific reason for this, so he silently followed beside him. The 2 men walked silently to the street. Suddenly, a few black bulletproof cars drove in front of them. There were police cars in front and behind, with sirens blaring to clear the road, protecting the important people in the cars. Bai Yulan glanced in that direction and said softly, even the people in the mountains have started to make a move. Senator Macklin probably won't be able to hold on this time. Su Li's eyes didn't move at all. He quietly looked at the colored bricks on the sidewalk in front of him and asked softly, just now, you said that the company has a mission. I remember that the 7th team hasn't had a mission for a year. The Security Advisory Department should be very clear that you guys are not suitable candidates to be bodyguards. Just as he was talking, the heavily guarded motorcade slowly drove across the street. In the back seat of the car in the middle, Zhang Xiaoming stared blankly at the man across the street through the bulletproof glass window. She was silent. In the barracks of the Special Operations Division of the 2nd Military Region in S2, a young officer named Yuan Zitai was staring blankly at the scene of the hearing on TV. He was silent for a long time. He blocked the gazes of most of his colleagues, but no one angrily expressed their opinions. This was because in just half a year, Officer Yuan Zitai had gained the respect and even awe of everyone with his bravery in battle and excellent military training. Although he had the recommendation of the 1st Military Academy, if he didn't show the corresponding ability on the battlefield, it was impossible for him to gain the trust of the army. According to his education, he was a 2nd lieutenant when he first joined the army. In just less than a year, he was promoted to captain. This was really a speed that made people envious. Chapter 276. In this universe, Tai Ziyuan was the one who understood the story of Su Luo and Zhang Xiaoming the most. He understood it even better than Shi Qinghai. He personally arranged the Double Moon Festival Ball and gave Su Luo a surprise. He personally facilitated the reunion of the young man and woman under the Double Moon Pillar. He even knew that Su Luo only lasted a short while on that wonderful night before he was utterly defeated. Because he understood, he had a deep impression of it. He, who used the pseudonym Yuan Zitai, quietly watched the girl on the news. He knew that Su Luo must be feeling very complicated and uneasy, but he only felt cold and angry. He saw Su Li's silence and sadness after hearing the news of Zhang Xiaoming's death. It turned out that all of this was just a setup. The person who set this up might have their own intentions, but if a woman could bear to see the man who loved her fall into despair, it was really cold to the point of being cold-blooded. At this moment, Tai Ziyuan suddenly wanted to give Su Luo a call. He wanted to temporarily forget about his life plans and comfort his only friend in the Federation. However, at this moment, the division commander walked in with an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He coldly turned off the TV and ordered them to assemble. After they assembled, the division commander looked at the elite special operations team and said in a deep voice, "Now we are announcing the Bureau of Proclamation's 2nd sequence mission. From this moment on, you are to cut off all contact with the outside world. Except for direct orders from the Bureau of Proclamation, reject all requests from the military. Your mission is to enter Green Dragon Mountain and find a grave." The middle-aged man was an official from the Bureau of Proclamation. After confirming that there was no possibility of any leaks, he showed a picture on the holographic screen and coldly said to the soldiers below, "Find it and dig it up." Tai Ziyuan's eyes narrowed. Friends who had been with Su Luo for a long time seemed to be infected by that cheerful young man. When they encountered a difficult problem, they would always narrow their eyes and hide their true emotions. The picture was an old-style double grave lying in an unknown mountain forest. The word "Mai" could be faintly seen on the tombstone in the faraway sector of the West Woods, in front of the channel of the Night Scorpion Nebula. An elite Special Forces squad of the 4th Military Region was stationed. In the middle of the night, the closed door of the barracks was suddenly pushed open. Colonel Lake walked into the barracks with a solemn expression, turned on the light, and pulled up the information. He said to his subordinates who were still getting dressed, "Second order of the Bureau of Proclamation, infiltrate planet Karzi immediately, enter this company, and find all the information since the 37th constitutional era. If this matter is exposed, kill without mercy. Keep this a secret." The valiant soldiers looked at the information on the holographic screen, and their spirits were suddenly lifted. They were not a group of special forces that specialized in the battlefield, but a sharp weapon used by the Federation to infiltrate the Bermuda Star region. Every one of them had extremely powerful stealth abilities. They were all too familiar with the Bermuda Star sector. Planet Karzi was the 2nd largest administrative planet in the Bermuda Star sector, and the name of the company was even more familiar. This company was engaged in the most notorious human trafficking business. If you can't bring back all the information, remember, the information from the first few years of the constitutional calendar is the most important, Colonel Lake said coldly, then put on his glasses. Generally, private spaceships flew in the vast universe, and its amazing speed could not be seen in the large-scale background at all. Now that the Federation's crystal mine resources were exhausted, space travel was extremely extravagant, and small private spaceships like this were even more extravagant to the extreme. There are still 3 days before we enter the space passage, the gray-haired captain said softly to Lin Banshan. Lin Banshan gently stroked the Defei watch on his wrist, thinking about the information hidden in the watch, even his unmoving brows slightly furrowed at this time. I hope it's not too late. He lowered his eyes slightly, and finally understood the thing that he had been puzzled about, but the possible truth of this matter made it difficult for him to understand that in the quiet Bureau of Proclamation building on the outskirts of the capital. The usually taciturn assistant to the bureau chief, whose expression rarely changed, frowned deeply. Looking at the investigation conclusion that kept flashing on the holographic screen, looking at the calculation report of the Federal Central Computer, in the end, he could not help but curse softly. He walked to the bureau chief's office, walked to the old bureau chief's side, and said in a deep voice, "The management committee called to inquire about the internal modification of the data in the Bureau of Proclamation. In the data of the Federation Investigation Bureau, the girl named Zhang Xiaomeng should be dead, but she is still alive. No one can modify the data in the citizens' database. Someone in the Bureau gave the Federation Investigation Bureau fake data," the old bureau chief said slowly. "This is just a small matter, don't worry about it. Compared to the matter that the Bureau of Proclamation was investigating with all its might, the matter of Zhang Xiaomeng's death data being tampered with was indeed too small as a sesame seed." The assistant chief took a deep breath and said, "I still can't believe it." "I can't believe it either." The old bureau chief watched the news report on the TV with narrowed eyes and said slowly, "But we must investigate. If it is fake, then it doesn't matter. If it is real, then I really don't know what will become of the Federation." The assistant chief turned his head to look at the TV news and said with a frown, "If he is really going to be put in prison this time, then we can relax the time on our side." The old bureau chief's narrowed eyes showed a hint of mockery. He has been operating in the Federation for so many years. Whether it is those ignorant and hot-blooded youths, or those families and politicians who think they are extremely shrewd, they have all become inept. The president or that madam will not stand by and watch the Federation society fall apart and become turbulent. As long as he takes a step back, the president and madam will not make things difficult for him. This is a proposition that has been proven in history. The vice president of the Federation is the legal speaker. Thinking of the 17 editorials, I finally understand what that person wants to do, but this understanding is somewhat unpleasant. The old bureau chief sighed softly and said, "It is good that those big shots have compromised. At least they don't have to worry about the election." It was already late autumn in the capital, but the heat wave island in the southern hemisphere was about to welcome the first wave of heat. On the beach, the girls in tight-fitting swimsuits were not stingy with their youthful naked bodies, and the men around them were not stingy with their burning gazes as they gazed at the scenery. Shi Qinghai, wearing a straw hat, was sitting in a beach bar with a bottle of beer in his hand. The beer on the heat wave island was very good, and the girls were very good. The big gun he wanted had been hidden, and the mobile phone had been thrown into the toilet, so he was in the mood to drink and look at it. It seemed that he did not have to do anything. He smiled as he watched the hearing on the TV news and the crowd marching outside the Ministry of Justice. Although he could not kill Macklin with his own hands, it did not mean that he could not avenge his teacher. The information that he had worked so hard for a year had finally begun to play its role. It had caused such a big stir in the Federation, so Mr. Sher had the right to be proud. He looked at a beautiful girl who walked into the bar and could not help but whistle proudly. He thought that Su-luk should learn from his attitude towards life. Even if he appeared in the middle of the night, he should still reflect countless beautiful peach blossoms in his black eyes. Only then would he not hurt himself and not feel sad. "Miss, everything is good on this island, but it is too lonely." Mr. Sher began to approach and strike up a conversation. The beautiful girl looked at the dense crowd on the beach with some surprise. Just as she was about to move away from this man who could not even strike up a conversation, she suddenly saw the man's face under the straw hat. She could not help but be dazzled, and her face turned slightly red as she lowered her head. Shi Qinghai hummed softly in his heart, "Miss, you're so pretty." He leaned over with a smile and said softly, "I'm going to stay on Heat Wave Island for a month. I just need a companion to step on this lonely sea." Su-lu sat alone in the lonely apartment. The TV screen was not on, so he just stared blankly at the autumn scenery of Wangdu outside the window. Lin Yuanhu had fallen, Professor Shen's efforts had been used on the MX Mecha, Macklin had been arrested and would soon be tried by the Federation's law, and Zhang Xiaomeng was still alive. Suddenly, he did not know what he should do. It was just like how he had fled from the distant Eastwood district to the capital ring. He had only walked through this bustling area, looked at the absurdity, and shed a few tears. He had done what he should have done, and there was no reason to do what he had originally planned to do. Then what was he still doing here? Go find Uncle Fengyu, he thought in his heart. However, when he thought of the email in his phone and Zhang Xiaomeng, he had a bad idea. Bai Yulan had just informed him that there would be a special gathering at the company headquarters in 10 days. Team 7 was also included. The company here naturally referred to the Whitewater Company. Su-lu knew who had remembered him and why. He just felt it was strange. Why would the security consultant department want to recruit Team 7? That was a department that specialized in security work for the big shots of the Federation. With nothing to do and no one to see, Su-lu thought silently for a long time. He felt that he had to find something for himself to do, so he decided to go and take a look. After the hearing on Parliamental ended, the live broadcast of the hearing immediately caused another round of controversy and shock. While the citizens of the Federation were shocked by the conspiracy to silence them, they were also very interested in Zhang Xiaomeng, this girl who had a strange experience and escaped with her life, and her unique temperament. The protests and demonstrations in the various states of the capital ring were still going on. The university town of Linhai State was still a long way from being quiet. The 4 states surrounding the mountains were still on strike. After the hearing, the anger of the George Carlin movement's activists grew stronger. They all accused the military forces in the mountains of taking a divided path and betraying their comrades. However, in the eyes of political commentators and the government, with the evidence available, Senator Macklin's political life might still be able to continue, but under the dual attacks of the government and the anti-government forces, his life could only be spent in prison. Chapter 277. According to intelligence reports, your first boyfriend is now very impressive. He is one of the biggest contributors to the new MX Mecha. According to an even more secretive source, he was the one who defeated Lieutenant Colonel Li Feng of the Lees of Philadelphia during the mecha testing. He should be a captain of the General Assembly base now. After this incident, he will probably be promoted again. This was a hotel in the western district of the capital. The terrain was quiet and surrounded by autumn trees, keeping the reporters outside at bay. This was the first time the Federation government had cooperated with the anti-government forces in the mountains. In terms of details, they had done very well. This hotel was not far from the training base of the Ministry of Defense. A large number of armed forces could be mobilized at any time to prevent accidents from happening. Zhang Xiaomeng stood by the window and looked at the unfamiliar streets of the capital. Thinking about how he had lived in this city for a year, working hard for a year, she felt an indescribable sense of loss. She knew about Su Li's ability in the field of mecha repair, but she had not expected him to be able to participate in the Federation's development of the new MX mecha and play the most important role. Only mecha battle. In those beautiful memories of hers, Su Li only spent his days in Section H of the library. He was born a soldier, how could he know how to operate a mecha? You met today. The middle-aged man in the room frowned. Looking at the girl's back, he vaguely sensed something. Zhang Xiaoming turned around and looked at him calmly. Yes, but we didn't talk. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, at least you should talk and hug. There's no point. Zhang Xiaoming lowered her head slightly. She knew better than anyone the stubbornness hidden in that boy's honest nature. The two brushed past each other. This parting was real. It was no longer a lie of parting by death, but a real parting of life. The middle-aged man looked at her quietly. Like a father, he patted her head gently and said, call home later. After your parents see the news, they will definitely need you to comfort them. Zhang Xiaoming nodded softly and said seriously to the middle-aged man, there are government spies and surveillance facilities everywhere here. You shouldn't have taken the risk to come here personally. As the intelligence leader of the anti-government forces, this powerful person with the code name of he had come to S1 countless times, but it was indeed a bit risky to appear in this hotel today. He looked at Zhang Xiaoming gently and said, after all, it's a big deal. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to handle it. But, it's much better than I expected. You didn't disappoint me. Zhang Xiaoming shook her head and said, those big shots need me to help them defeat Macklin. My safety is not a problem, but you should leave quickly. The Federation government has put me on the wanted list for many years, but I am still alive and well, the middle-aged man said gently. Don't worry about anything. His extremely ordinary face, which no one could see through his disguise, suddenly flashed with a trace of deep worry, but he didn't say anything to the girl by the window. As an important figure in the anti-government forces, he had dealt with the Federation government for decades and knew how shameless those big shots and politicians were. In a manor hidden in the woods in the southern suburbs of the capital, the vice president of Sanlininha Bank, Li Xiuzhu, stood silently and stiffly in front of a chair like a piece of bamboo. This was an old black wooden chair. The armrests on both sides of the chair had been rubbed for many years and had become extremely smooth. After experiencing the baptism of time, this chair didn't show any signs of decay. Just like the old man in the chair. The old man sitting in the chair had a face full of wrinkles. His body wasn't very tall, and he wore a large shirt with a funny little black hat on his head. His pair of turbid eyes occasionally flashed with light, revealing a trace of wisdom that saw through the world. No one in the Federation had ever dared to make fun of the little hat the old man wore, although this hobby was indeed a bit strange. The current head of the Li family, Li Yuangong, looked gently at his son in front of him. He suddenly extended an old finger and pointed at the little hat on his head and said, actually, many years ago, someone once made fun of me. Li Xiuzhu frowned. There was still someone in the Federation who dared to be so bold. That person must be dead. That person didn't die. The old man from Li Yuangong smiled and said, because he isn't someone I can kill. See, this is the problem of strength. Don't think that our 7 great families are too powerful. You have to know that even Lady Tai has obstacles that she can't overcome in her life, let alone us. The reason I'm saying all this is to tell me that I, as your father, have admitted defeat in my life, and more than once. The head of the Iron Calculator family was an absolute big shot who could devalue the value of countless financial products in the Federation and create a financial storm on a certain planet with a stretch of his hand. The first lesson for his successor today was to admit defeat. Failure isn't scary. What's scary is that we actually chose a businessman like Senator Macklin. The old man from Li Yuangong chuckled and stroked the few strands of white hair outside the little hat. He said, "This old guy can even convince me. He's really powerful." Li Xiuzhu, who had been silently listening to the lecture, summoned up his courage and explained, "Even if Lady Tai's final method is a hearing, that doesn't mean we've lost. Those youths under Senator Macklin clearly have greater agitation ability than we thought." The 4 states around the mountains went on strike, and the university town suspended classes. I don't believe the government has the courage to truly continue the trial. The old man from Li Yuangong quietly listened to his son's explanation. He slowly sighed and said, "Idiot." These 2 words were very ordinary, but Li Xiuzhu felt a cold wind blow over, freezing the perfect heating facilities and the fireplace fire built for aesthetic purposes. He suddenly felt that if he were a bamboo, then the bamboo's outer appearance would definitely be covered in a layer of frost. How many years has the Federation been around? How many years has the 7 great families been around? You should properly study history. The old man from Li Yuangong said gently, "So what if we lose the election? The Federation has changed many presidents, but the 7 great families will always be the 7 great families. Families like ours have long been deeply rooted in the soil of the Federation. Take our Li family as an example. If our Li family collapses, then the Federation's finances will also collapse. But don't forget another very important point." The old man's tone suddenly became cold. "If the Federation collapses, then our Li family will also collapse. So no matter what you do, you must remember not to endanger the fundamental interests of the Federation. Everything that Macklin is doing right now is too dangerous, because this threatens the foundation of the Federation. Although we can control the chaos if it really happens, this kind of method is not something that we can allow." Li Xiuzhu was silent for a long time, trying to digest his father's teachings. In the end, he said softly, "I understand." "No, you still don't understand." The old man from Li Yuangong narrowed his eyes and said, "Humans travel through the universe, but they have to live on planets. When you stop standing on the top floor of that ugly bank building to look at the scenery and are willing to walk on the streets more, you will probably understand this point." Li Xiuzhu's face was full of shame. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. After a long time, he asked softly, "Then what do we do now?" "I don't think the madam will stop. I just said that if our family collapses, then the Federation's financial system will also collapse." A strange smile appeared on the old man's face. "But if even the head of the Tai family can still speak when their family collapses, then the entire Federation will also collapse. I reminded you in the past, don't look down on them just because they have kept a low profile for thousands of years. But you didn't listen. When the Crown Prince was assassinated, us old guys had to personally go to the back of Macho's mountain to explain. When you really take over, you will probably know how powerful the Tai family is. However, the madam's side won't have bad feelings towards us because of this. You should know that the Federation has chosen so many presidents, and every family will choose a different candidate as their partner. This is a tradition, this is history. It's just that this time, the movement seems to be a bit too big," the old man said softly. But although Li Xiuzhu didn't know anything about the history behind the scenes, he finally had an endless fear towards the Tai family behind the shadow. He said slightly nervously, "If Macklin really participated in the Linhai incident, then it's really over." At the beginning of the year, the Crown Prince of the Tai family was assassinated in the Linhai Stadium. Li Xiuzhu stayed out of the matter and watched coldly, because he knew that this matter had nothing to do with the Li family. However, he didn't know that his father had personally gone to the back of Macho's mountain to explain this matter to the madam. But now, the Li family was Macklin's backer behind the scenes. At this moment, Li Xiuzhu's phone rang. He took the phone and listened carefully for a while. He nodded hard and reported to the old man sitting on the black wooden chair. Macklin released a message from the Ministry of Justice building. He is willing to give in. In the morning, a few expensive cars followed the mountain road and passed through the roadblocks. They traveled along the mountains, through the water, and through the heavy iron gate, and arrived at the picturesque manor in the back of Macho's mountain. The current head of the Li family walked out of the car with the help of his servants. Li Xiuzhu followed behind, and the security guards of the Li family were immediately sent to other places. Butler Jean had a humble smile on his face as he welcomed the father and son into the manor. The useless young master of the Lin family naturally didn't want to see him, but this father and son, who were very influential in the Federation, were very different. On the side of the balcony, Lady Tai, who was wearing a solemn long dress, looked at the old man with a smile and said, "I haven't seen you for almost a year. It seems like your cough is much better." Chapter 278. The head of the Li family, Li Yuangong, didn't have a problem with coughing. Li Xiuzhu knew this very well because he was his father. Thus, when he saw his father bend over while coughing, he immediately understood what it meant. A wave of sour, numb, and angry feeling rushed from his heart to the top of his head and was about to burst out in an instant. One couldn't blame the heir of the Li family for having such a strong reaction. They were all part of the 7 great families of the Federation, enormous powers that had drifted along the long river of history for countless years. What kind of status did the head of the Li family have? Even in front of the president and speaker of the Federation, he didn't have to lower his head. Moreover, right now, Li Yuangong was only facing a woman, even if she was the madam of the Tai family. However, Li Xiuzhu wasn't an idiot like Lin Dohai. Seeing his father lower his head with his own eyes, he could only gently clench his fists and breathe quickly a few times. During this process, he actually maintained a calm expression. However, the anger and bitterness in his heart had long overflowed. He thought to himself that if he hadn't recklessly interfered with the presidential election and blamed the wrong person, how could his father have suffered such humiliation? On the side, Butler Jean acted as if he didn't notice the small movements of the Li family's young master's hands. He looked down and politely invited him to the side hall to rest for a while. The conversation on the terrace only belonged to the heads of the 2 families. Li Xiuzhu's status wasn't high enough to participate in this conversation. The early morning sun was clear and bright. The cold wind of late autumn was blocked by the 4 continuous peaks of Macho Mountain. The warmth contained in Macho Lake rose along with the mist, raising the temperature on the terrace quite a bit. Back then, the royal family had designated this back mountain as a royal garden. There was naturally a reason for this. Lady Tai personally poured a cup of milk tea for Li Yuangong and said with a smile, "Why did you have to provoke him earlier? Children these days are all incredibly arrogant. If you provoke him too much, I'm afraid it won't be good." At this time, the old man of Li Yuangong seemed to have completely forgotten his previous coughing. He bowed and sat steadily in the chair. He replied gently, "It's just that he's a bit too arrogant. He has to be polished a bit. Also, every time I see the madam, I have to bow. This is a rule that cannot be forgotten. It's been so many years. Who still cares about those rules?" Lady Tai said with a smile. "Besides, there's no need to do this in front of your son." After a few words of idle chatter, they got to the main topic. The 2 heads of the 7 great families had already handed over the specific matters to the next generation or their subordinates. Their daily lives were really similar to that of immortals. However, today's matter involved the entire Federation, so they had to be more cautious and direct. Medellin is awake. The head of the Li family looked at Lady Tai with a smile and said, "It seems that the old guy is not willing to play the role of a martyr whose name is recorded in history. I don't know what role this councilman wants to play. Lady Tai raised her cup of milk tea and took a sip. The two of them remained silent. Only the morning breeze gently blew on the terrace. A few layers of autumn clouds faintly moved in from the east, but it didn't look like it was going to rain. For important figures at the level of these two, there were many things that didn't need to be said clearly. For example, why Lady Tai was willing to let Medellin go. Councilman Medellin was involved in many matters of the Federation. If he really was brought to trial, not to mention that the Leaf family's interests would be severely damaged, just the prestige of that old man among the Federation's people was something that the Federation government and the 7 great families had to consider. The current Federation society had already become uneasy because of the recent series of events. Antagonistic sentiments had already gradually emerged among the people. If this fire wasn't extinguished, the Federation situation would be very dangerous. The poisonous fruit that George Carlin planted still needs a relatively gentle person to carry it. Lady Tai suddenly said softly, Medellin is still a bit better than that Nanshui leader who only knows how to kill. Li Yuangong smiled slightly, not saying anything. The discontent in the Federation society was like nutrients. Right now, most of these discontent nutrients had been absorbed by Councilman Medellin. If Medellin really died, these nutrients would inevitably find a target again. Perhaps they would once again be directed towards those hard-working people in the mountains. At that time, if they wanted to suppress the anti-government army that was growing like weeds, the Federation government and these important figures related to the Federation would have to spend who knew how much money and effort. The Federation's old system had always needed and even welcomed people like Councilman Medellin. If it wasn't for this, how could those crafty councilmen and the 7 great families who watched everything from the shadows allow an outsider like Medellin, who had an anti-government army background, to participate in this political feast? In the past 10 years, the so-called nonviolent advocacy, the so-called legendary politician, Councilman Medellin, was only a symbol that the Federation needed. Or perhaps it could be said that many powers were intentionally or unintentionally raising a little white rabbit. It was just that this little white rabbit had recently discovered that carrots were too delicious, and was actually a bit reluctant to leave. This violated a taboo. Even though the head of the Leaf family had previously praised this old fox's political wisdom in the depths of his heart countless times, he still believed that he could only be a little white rabbit. They didn't want to beat this little white rabbit to death. They only wanted him to be a little white rabbit again. What does he want? Lady Tai asked softly. Li Yuangong smiled and stated a few conditions. Lady Tai put down the Guna porcelain cup filled with milk tea and calmly looked at the milk tea in the cup. Her hands were calmly placed on the hems of her long skirt, palms facing the sky, not moving at all. The morning wind on the terrace stopped. The clouds in the sky also stopped moving. The back of the mountain was clear and bright. After a long time, she raised her head and calmly said, "Okay." "Thank you, Madam," Li Yuangong said with a smile. Mr. President handled the matter of Dean Lin quite harshly. "This isn't good," Lady Tai said with a smile. "In the afternoon, I'll go persuade him." "Thank you for your hard work, Madam." Li Yuangong lowered his head in respect. Lady Tai was also very satisfied with today's conversation. She eliminated the instability within the Federation society, continued the path she had set in the past, perfectly won the presidential election, and obtained even more benefits. What else did she need? As for what she or he did, what kind of harm it would bring to certain people, what kind of ugly page it would write in the history of the Federation, they didn't care. This type of person would never appear in history. They had always been trying to control history, create history, and change history. Lady Tai's hands that often cooked weren't all that white and tender. She casually wiped them on her skirt, picked up the milk tea, and took a sip. The back of her hand was facing the sky as she gently placed it on the table. She began to chat with Li Yuangong's elder. Wherever you go, you always bring that black chair with you. I've always been very curious, what's so good about that chair? I'm old, I'm just nostalgic. Madam, the chair here is very comfortable. Why would old bones bring it around? That chair has to be passed down. I really think that the Li family's old Seven is a good kid. Old Seven's performance this time was very good. His eyes are very sharp. Speaking of which, that little guy called Su Lo is really not bad. The little guy doesn't know any better. He's a bit hot-tempered. When the fire dies down, I'll bring him out to meet an old friend. According to some news, the Empire's finances seem to be in trouble. Is that so? The Federation's preparations have to be faster. It seems that Macklin's luck is really good. At this moment, the rain began to fall even though the wind had yet to blow. It turned out that the layers of thick autumn clouds in the sky had already drifted over, sprinkling down patches of rain. It added a bit of melancholy to the autumn lake and the autumn mountain. A transparent glass panel had automatically extended from the top of the balcony, covering the entire balcony. The rain pattered against the glass panel, but it didn't affect the two big shots' casual conversation in the slightest point. 3 days later. Zhang Xiaomeng looked worriedly at the autumn scenery of the capital outside the window. This continuous rain had lasted for 4 days, and she didn't know when it would end. The hearing on Parliament Hill was already on the 4th day. The cold and dreary autumn rain naturally couldn't stop the proceedings from progressing. However, from the beginning of the 3rd day of the hearing, she felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. The members of Parliament Hill had remained silent at the beginning, but on the 3rd day of the hearing, many members, including Member of Parliament Zion, began to throw out tricky questions, clearly showing that they didn't trust her testimony. She was no longer the naive girl who didn't know anything and only had passion and ideals. In the face of those tricky and even somewhat rude questions, she behaved very appropriately. She responded logically and methodically. In the face of the verbal attacks from the Federation members, she didn't retreat or panic at all. The federal television station was still broadcasting live. This lady from the anti-government army had won the admiration of a considerable portion of the federal citizens with her performance in the parliament. However, the sudden collective suspicion of the federal councillors made the citizens, who were already in a state of uncertainty and fear, begin to doubt whether this was a conspiracy again. They began to sympathize with Councillor Macklin again. Zhang Xiaomeng wrinkled her nose and looked out the window. Only when there was no one around would she occasionally show her cute side of the past. Outside the window, the autumn clouds hung low, and the autumn rain fell like beads. She vaguely felt that some of the influential figures in the Federation had begun to move. However, didn't these people know that after the clouds and rain, there would be a bright blue sky in the end? At this moment, a waitress pushed the food cart in. Zhang Xiaomeng was slightly startled. She turned around and put her right hand into her pocket. Other than having dinner with the officials of the Ministry of Justice, the various departments of the Federation government avoided contact with the representatives from Green Dragon Mountain. Therefore, these days, their meals were basically delivered to their doorstep. However, Zhang Xiaomeng keenly sensed that something was wrong. The waitress' footsteps seemed to be a little too hurried. 19771118, the waitress suddenly said a string of numbers. Then, she quickly took off her clothes and said in a low voice, "You're in danger. Leave quickly." Hearing the secret number in these words, Zhang Xiaomeng's body trembled slightly. However, she didn't have time to say anything. She immediately took off her clothes and began to exchange clothes with the waitress. Chapter 279. The door to the dining room at the bottom floor of the hotel was gently pushed open. A waitress walked in with a dining cart. Her movements were very nimble, as if she had been doing this job for many years. Probably because of the hygiene requirements, the waitress wore a mask on her face and a hat on her head, covering most of her face. She didn't chat with her colleagues in the dining room. The waitress seemed to be a little sore. She waved to her colleagues and went straight into the lounge. Without stopping, she walked out of the lounge's side door and into the autumn rain. The autumn rain was cold. Zhang Xiaoming walked at a normal pace in the hotel's backyard. In a temporary shelter from the rain, she took off her work clothes and took out a change of clothes from a box. She also took out a piece of paper from under the clothes. The topographic map of the hotel and the exit route were drawn on the light yellow instant paper. She was very familiar with the hotel's layout. After re-examining the route and confirming that there were no problems, she stuffed the paper into her mouth and quickly swallowed it. It was a woman's trench coat with a hood. She flipped the hood over to block the cold raindrops and covered her face again. Walking along the stone path in the hotel's backyard, she soon felt that something was wrong. At this time, the backyard was deserted. Not many people would walk in the rain. Her figure was particularly eye-catching. A few people were walking toward her. Zhang Xiaoming didn't lower her head. Using the shadow of the hat as cover, she walked over with her head held high. Further away was the entrance guard. A few police officers were wearing raincoats, chatting about something in boredom. The Ministry of Justice had made a lot of preparations for this key witness of the hearing. The Federation Bureau of Investigation and the Police Bureau were also cooperating. Around the entire hotel, there were countless layers of checks and surveillance lines. On the contrary, to respect the dignity of the anti-government forces, the security on the upper floors was much more lax. The main task of these police officers was to ensure her safety and prevent the fanatical followers of Senator Macklin or the possible assassins from getting close to her. However, if she wanted to leave now, these people would become a problem. Zhang Xiaoming lowered her head slightly and looked at the police. She touched the fake ID and the little item in her pocket, took a deep breath, and walked over. Compared to the police here, the soldiers and the Federation's electronic network at the other exits were more troublesome. When they were about to reach the exit of the backyard, the few police officers in raincoats didn't show any special behavior. However, at this moment, several military vehicles painted in dark colors quickly drove over, stirring up the rain along the way. They braked violently and stopped at the entrance of the backyard. A group of armed soldiers rushed down from the military vehicle and quickly showed their authority to take over the defense at the back door. The rest of the soldiers entered the back garden. The moment the military vehicle entered her line of sight, Zhang Xiaoming understood what was happening. Her footsteps did not slow down at all. She followed a small path by the back door and disappeared into the rain. A minute and a half later, she arrived at another exit before the Federation's deployment. However, there was no one from the organization outside this exit. Most importantly, this exit had the scanning program of the Federation's electronic surveillance network. The face of the girl in the hat was slightly pale, but her eyes were exceptionally bright. She made up her mind to break through this exit. Although it would definitely trigger the alarm, there was no one around, so she could buy some time. Just as she stepped into the scanning channel, a person suddenly came to her side. A faint blue light enveloped the two of them. The two of them walked quickly. The Federation's electronic surveillance network, which would never make mistakes, did not react at all. In the autumn rain, Zhang Xiaoming and that person walked into an alley and got into a car that had already been prepared. The car stopped 3 times on the way and set up enough disguises before they arrived at their real destination. It was a simple hotel near the capital university that did not require identification. Zhang Xiaoming wiped her wet hair with a dry towel. She looked at the person she regarded as her father and quickly asked, "Why did the Federal Army suddenly make a move?" "I don't know." The intelligence leader of the anti-government forces, the extremely mysterious middle-aged uncle, shook his head. It was already very late when the information came. It was probably a sudden decision by the Federation government. The people in the government did not have time to react. The middle-aged uncle was an important figure in the anti-government forces, but he seemed to not know his own importance. He was always active in the most dangerous capital special district. His outfit today was not as wretched as Sulu had seen him before, nor was it as normal as usual. He wore a pair of glasses and looked like a middle-aged lecturer commonly seen in the capital university. Zhang Xiaomeng took out a small tool from her short windbreaker and placed it on the table. It was a cleverly designed stun baton. Within a range of 3 meters, it was more effective than a handgun. She did not ask the middle-aged uncle what the small device that emitted a faint blue light was, but she could guess. The Federation government had not been able to arrest him for so many years. He had always been very confident in running around the universe for the organization. The small device that could hide from Charter's eyes was definitely extremely important. The middle-aged uncle walked to the window, lifted a corner of the curtain, and looked at the capital university in the autumn rain in silence. The Federation government had turned against him. This was both within his expectations and beyond his expectations. Senator Macklin had not been convicted, and the big fish in the sea had not been caught. Why was his net abandoned? In the simple hotel room, the wallpaper was peeling. The color difference of the TV screen was a little off, and the news image on it looked a little distorted. Zhang Xiaomeng and the middle-aged uncle watched the news in silence. Their feelings were as unreal as the image on the TV screen. In the news image, the breaking news reporter from the Federation TV station was anxiously saying, "An important witness in the Macklin case, an important witness from the anti-government forces, Zhang Xiaomeng, suddenly disappeared this afternoon. There is currently no reliable information on what happened." Zhang Xiaomeng quietly watched the news and suddenly asked, "Is the source of your information reliable?" The middle-aged uncle said, "It's news from the president's office. The Ministry of Justice suspects you of perjury and is preparing to arrest you." Zhang Xiaoming thought of the murderous soldiers from before. She lowered her head and thought for a moment. Suddenly, she said, "This is wrong. I have to go back immediately. It doesn't matter if they deliberately released the information or not. As long as I leave the hotel, those people will have achieved their goal of stopping the hearing." Zhang Xiaomeng looked at the middle-aged uncle. For the first time, she doubted the judgment of her superior. There are no surveillance cameras in the room, but there are in the corridor and in the backyard of the hotel. They have the video in their hands, so they can shirk responsibility and say that I left on my own accord. They can push all the blame to the organization. The middle-aged man was silent for a long time before he said, "Even so, you can't go back. I admit that your judgment is very reasonable, but the organization won't let any of our comrades take unnecessary risks in order to succeed. If I don't go back, Macklin will still be alive," Zhang Xiaomeng said stubbornly in a low voice. "You can't go back. As long as you leave the vicinity of the hotel, no matter where you are, the Federation government can kill you on the spot and say that we are silencing you," the middle-aged uncle said coldly. "I just don't understand why they are doing this." The room fell into a dead silence. Zhang Xiaoming said slowly, "It should be that the two sides reached some kind of agreement. Macklin accepted the other side's conditions and withdrew from the election. We have done our part and are no longer of any use. And the other side must have promised Macklin to settle the charges. Naturally, we can't enter the Parliament building again." An hour later, the Federation's television news confirmed Zhang Xiaoming's speculation. The Minister of Justice held a press conference and showed the video to prove that Zhang Xiaoming had left the hotel on her own accord. And at the press conference, the ministers said with a heavy expression that they now had enough reason to suspect that the anti-government forces had deliberately created a facade to deceive the Federation's judicial system. The Ministry of Justice was investigating this matter. The female witness had probably sensed something and fled to avoid punishment. On a private television station's political news program, an expert expressed a different opinion about the breaking news that had happened that day. He looked at the camera and wondered if this was another incident that Senator Macklin's side had created to get him off the hook. This expert's opinion was immediately refuted by another guest. He believed that Macklin was still cooperating with the investigation in the Ministry of Justice building. Moreover, the video had proven that the female witness had left on her own accord. If there was a conspiracy, it could only be said that the Green Dragon Mountain had created a conspiracy full of loopholes. Then, the Federation's television station released the video of the hotel. Then, the Parliament announced that the hearing would be postponed temporarily to wait for the results of the investigation. The middle-aged uncle was silent for a long time. A trace of coldness gradually seeped out of his eyes as he slowly said, "If you insist on staying, they have too many ways to shut you up, such as your parents and Sue Lo. They can even make you die regardless of everything. But if I take you away, they can make all the problems involve you. The honor of our organization has been taken away by that traitor. Our image has been bad all these years. This most outstanding spy of the 37 constitutional governments stood up. After a long silence, he said with a hint of frustration, "There is an old saying that when the wolves and the bay on the grassland are together, they will be bad to the core. Macklin has become one of them. He is indeed shameless. This feeling of being betrayed, though it's not the first time, still makes me feel bad." Zhang Xiaomeng looked at her superior whom she respected so much quietly. Thinking of the rumors on Green Mountain, she couldn't help but feel dejected. His situation in the organization wasn't very good either. The leader of the Nanshui didn't seem to trust him as much as before. A person who only knew how to do things for the sake of his ideals, no matter how outstanding his ability was, would always lose to those Vol people who were full of bad intentions. Don't get involved in this matter anymore. Withdraw from S1 according to the third plan. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged uncle said, "Inform Sue Lo when you're sure it's safe, so that he won't worry too much." In the end, he looked at the Minister of Justice on the news and said with narrowed eyes, "He would rather step down than bite us to death. Who can exert so much pressure? I'm curious, and I want to give them some gifts." Chapter 280. Sue Lo retracted his gaze from the phone screen. The email was signed off with a familiar asterisk. A few days ago, he had received a similar email. The sender of the email had said, "I'm not dead," and asked him not to avenge me. The meaning of the email today was similar. It basically said that nothing bad had happened to him, and asked him not to worry. Thinking about the most important news in the Federation in the past 2 days, he easily deduced that the sender of the email was the girl. The email from a few days ago was also sent by her, and not the uncle. Sue Lo sat silently on the sofa in his apartment. He didn't understand. Since he didn't care before, why did he care whether he knew or not now? The special hearing on the Macklin project on Parliament Hill was temporarily suspended because of Zhang Xiaomeng's disappearance. Sue Lo could guess what was behind this incident, but he no longer had the hot-blooded emotions he had in the past year. All he had was fatigue and numbness. Zhang Xiaomeng was alive. She was still alive. This was good. He couldn't sort out his own emotions. Naturally, he couldn't figure out what was the relationship between the interests of the upper echelons of the Federation and himself, a fugitive. Good things and bad things didn't seem to have anything to do with him anymore. He sat quietly in the building and looked at the first snow outside the window. He didn't move at all. Snow fell in the capital special district. It gently fluttered like the sea of pear blossoms in the university in Linhai. When the snow fell on the streets and buildings, most of it melted instantly, leaving only the eerie color. Only a few spots of white remained, which was very eye-catching. Beside the floor-to-ceiling window in the West Arch Hall of the president's residence, President Sieg, who only had 2 months left in office, silently looked at the white snow on the lawn outside the window. He didn't speak for a long time. As the leader of the Federation, he left a violent and cowardly image in the society. However, only he knew and was satisfied. He had won 10 years of stable development for the Federation. The war wounds caused by the previous war with the Empire were gradually healed during his presidency. But was stability really the most important thing that overshadowed everything? President Sigurd narrowed his eyes and looked at the snowflakes on the grass. He thought of the lady who had left earlier and asked himself the question in his heart. He had always respected and relied on that lady's political wisdom. However, at a critical moment when the parliament was investigating Medellin, the Federation government made a sharp turn and gave in to that shameless politician in exchange for extinguishing the flames of protest that had burned throughout the Federation. At the same time, the strike in the 4 states around the mountains was quickly quelled. Did such a price really need to be paid? From a rational point of view, the government not investigating Medellin is indeed the best way to quell the Federation's internal strife in the shortest amount of time possible. If that old bastard doesn't personally make an appeal, the young people in the Federation won't be able to calm down. The National Security Advisor walked behind the president and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Khufu, the madam and the people she can influence can bring fundamental changes to Parliament Hill. The one who needs to make the decision now is you." Although President Sigurd had felt dissatisfied with his teacher and friends for the first time during the political turmoil some time ago, he now realized that standing at the pinnacle of power in the Federation, the only person he could trust was still this old man. Do I still need to make a decision? Hasn't Minister Ni already made his decision? President Sigurd slammed his palm on the table and said with some anger. The National Security Advisor fell silent. The Minister Ni that President Sigurd had mentioned was the Minister of Justice who had single-handedly facilitated the Medellin case. Because of the disappearance of the key female witness of the anti-government army, the Minister of Justice had taken all the pressure and officially resigned 3 days ago. All the important people who had access to the president's official residence naturally knew that the Minister of Justice's resignation was just the opening act of a big move. Someone in the government needed to be responsible for this matter, and the Minister of Justice was the most suitable candidate. The reason why Minister Ni was willing to be the scapegoat was, of course, because he must have received some kind of guarantee that when the new president came to power, a brighter and brighter future awaited him. The National Security Advisor looked at the president's back with slight ridicule. He thought to himself, in this presidential election, since you chose to stand on the side of that woman, you should be very clear about the risks involved. There was an old saying in the Federation, borrow the fur of a tiger to make a coat. In the eyes of this political veteran, the calm and peaceful madam of the Tai family was the real ferocious tigress. In the beginning, the reason why he didn't want to stand on the side of Senator Pobre, other than the lawsuit many years ago, was that he could never trust a woman like Lady Tai. He was even slightly afraid of her. But now, Lady Tai and the old man of the Leaf family had reached an agreement to clean up the mess. She had made a suggestion to the president's residence, and the National Security Advisor had expressed his agreement. The Federation needed a stable and harmonious society, and the president and himself needed a lot of respect and glory. There were still 2 months left in the government's term, but they still had a long life ahead of them. The National Security Advisor believed that President Sieg would definitely understand this point and support this plan. Connect me to the Bureau of Proclamation, President Sieg suddenly said to the Deputy Director of the office, Bryn, who was standing by the door. The National Security Advisor frowned and said softly, "What's the problem? If we want to pardon Macklin, I have to confirm with the Bureau of Proclamation whether or not that old bastard was involved in the 2 terrorist attacks. Also, in the past, there were many suspected masterpieces of the Green Dragon Mountain Bandits and the security company. Could it be that he was the one who did it? The National Security Advisor glanced at President Sigurd with a half-smile, as if he had just heard something very funny. In the secret connection, the old director of the Bureau of Proclamation once again confirmed with the President of the Federation that they had not found any direct evidence of Macklin's involvement in terrorist activities. When President Sieg heard this report, his entire body visibly relaxed, and his movements when he put down the phone were much calmer. The arched hall of the President's residence was silent for a long time. The leader of the Federation stood by the table expressionlessly. After thinking for a long time, he nodded slightly. In the room, the National Security Advisor and Deputy Director Bryn both noticed this small movement of the President at the same time. They both let out a sigh of relief and left the room. In the current situation, in order to ensure the stability and unity of the Federation, some concessions had to be made. President Huff Sieg, who was about to step down, thought in his heart. He did not want to think about how much the Federation government's decision was related to the future benefits. Dozens of kilometers away from the President's residence, at the end of the one-way street, the building of the Bureau of Proclamation was covered in fluttering snow. The old director looked out of the window with eyes full of worry. Yes, until today, the Bureau of Proclamation still had not found any direct evidence that could be used against Macklin. Those people and the information had not come back, and today, the Federation and the President did not seem to want to hear the word but. They were eager to end the chaotic situation in front of them and let the Federation return to the happy world of singing and dancing. There had been many similar drama scenes in history. Betrayal, compromise, and division. In a second, comrades became enemies, and enemies became partners. In front of the dark curtain, the people were comforted, and the society was no longer turbulent. After the dark curtain, the families equally divided the benefits, and everything was as before. However, would the Federation be able to repeat such a boring cycle of fate this time? It had been snowing for several days. No matter how easy it was to melt, it had accumulated into a vast expanse of white. The departure of autumn in the capital special district was actually this hurried, and the arrival of winter caught many people a little unprepared. On the streets, pedestrians could often be seen rubbing their hands as they walked quickly. Bai Yulan in the driver's seat easily turned the steering wheel and avoided a middle-aged man in front of her. It was rare for him to drive a black car twice, and he had long fallen in love with this kind of steady and smooth driving feeling. Sometimes, he even wondered how deep the background of this little boss, Su Lu, was. According to his knowledge, there were not many of these special cars in the top level of the Federation government. The company's security department has brought forward the assessment by 1 day. They said that the employer over there suddenly has to leave. Bai Yulan did not look at Su Lu in the passenger seat. Instead, she introduced, since they specifically asked us, the 7th group, to participate in the assessment, as the technical supervisor, you should go. Okay. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at the winter snow trees on the side of the street. He nodded and did not say anything else. He was currently in a very listless state. His work at the Whitewater Company was done casually, as if it was just to pass the time. As one of the 3 largest security companies in the Federation, Whitewater's daily work naturally included security planning, which was what most people would call a bodyguard. Bai Yulan had mentioned to him a few days ago that the company's management had received a very important order, and the 7th group had been asked to participate in the consultation. However, he had been too absent-minded recently, so he did not remember this at all. Bai Yulan looked at him with slight worry. In this delicate man's eyes, Su Lu was his boss, his financial backer, and the person he had to risk his life for. He was never worried about the danger of risking his life for money. He was only concerned about his financial backer's mental state. Obviously, after returning from the old moon base, Su Lu, who should have been in high spirits, suddenly became much more depressed. The underground thermal protection system had been activated, and the snow on the street had already melted into a trickle and flowed into the sewer. The black car drove along the wet road in the direction of Charter Square. It happened to pass by the Ministry of Justice building. Su Lu suddenly turned his head and stared at the crowd outside the Justice Department building. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the protesters who resisted the cold and refused to retreat. He realized that something seemed to be happening there. "Stop the car," he said softly. "I want to take a look." Chapter 281. Leaning against the car, Su Lu rubbed the snow on his shoes on the tires. He coughed twice and straightened the collar of his military uniform to block the cold wind that was blowing through the streets. He took out 2 cigarettes from the cardboard box, lit one and held it in his mouth. He passed the other to Magnolia. Magnolia lowered her head and looked at the front of the Ministry of Justice building through her black hair. She hesitated for a moment and took the cigarette but did not light it. The snow that fell from the sky had stopped, but the cold wind was still blowing. It blew powdered snow from the corners of the undisturbed buildings and scattered in the air. The flashes in front of the Ministry of Justice building flashed quickly, making the snowflakes look even more holy. It looked like a well-designed stage in a concert. Su Lu took a deep puff of the cigarette, and the line of fire instantly burned to the bottom of the first number 7. He squinted his eyes and looked over there. Although he could not see clearly what was happening inside, the television in the car was already turned on, and the scene was being broadcasted live. The Federation government officially suspended the investigation of the Macklin case. The spokesperson of Parliament Hill also regretfully said that the hearing had to be postponed indefinitely due to the lack of key witnesses and evidence. The Minister of Justice resigned. Congress was furious, but President Sieg did not say anything. Macklin finally walked out of the Ministry of Justice building. Outside the building, Macklin hugged Governor Ross, who came to greet him. He waved enthusiastically to the thousands of supporters around him. He looked like a victor. Then, this victor, surrounded by countless people, walked along the snow-covered street toward Parliament Hill in the west. Su Lu did not move. He still stood silently beside the car, smoking one cigarette after another. Originally, this was no longer his problem, but he had put in so much effort that he wanted to see this absurd drama continue to play out. Governor Ross very politely allowed Senator Macklin to walk at the front. This old man, who had just walked out of the Ministry of Justice building, had a calm and determined expression as he led countless supporters to the bottom of the Parliament building. Along the way, only the people looked at him affectionately and applauded him enthusiastically. This old man was like a saint. The front of the Parliament building had already been set up properly. The wind was stronger here, and the snow on the roof of the building was blown more densely. There were more flashes, and it was more like a stage. Su Lu looked over there from afar, but he only thought of the stage in Linhai State Stadium, the stage that surrounded the 4 states. In front of the Parliament building, Senator Medellin, accompanied by Governor Ross and several respected bigwigs, announced a shocking decision to the entire Federation and his own supporters. He decided to withdraw from the Federation's presidential election. After the news was released, all the media reporters seemed to have gone crazy and began to contact their respective departments. Those excited and even some excited supporters, however, could not react for a moment. With a confused expression, they stood there in a daze. The slogans loudly shouted disappeared, and the excited fists that were clenched were still suspended in the air. Governor Ross stepped forward and patted Senator Macklin's slightly thin shoulder. He lowered his head and said a few words into the loudspeaker, indicating that he fully understood Senator Macklin's thoughts. He firmly stood on the side of the friend and announced the decision to withdraw together. "Are you going to give up?" cried someone sadly. "We can't give in to the government," said someone angrily in a loud voice. Senator Medellin stretched out his hands and began his speech amidst the snowflakes with kindness and firmness that he could not see clearly what was happening in front of the Parliament building, but the holographic screen on the car beside him faithfully transmitted everything that was happening there to Sue Lee's ears. He fiercely pulled out a puff of his cigarette. It burned to the line of the filter, emitting an unbearable burnt smell. Bai Yulan glanced at him and did not say anything. Just as he was about to be judged by the Federation's laws, he suddenly walked out of the Justice Department. When he was about to be defeated by the Federation, Macklin was still able to mobilize countless supporters to stand behind him. But now, he suddenly announced his withdrawal from the election. Sue Lee did not need to think to figure out how many benefits and shady deals were hidden behind the shocking change. As the final victor, Senator Pobre, no, to be precise, the big shots of the Federation represented by Lady Tai, must have given corresponding promises to Macklin's safety and Governor Ross's future position in the Federation's political life. Senator Macklin's old voice came from the black car beside him. "The threat of the Empire is right in front of us. The Federation needs to be united. As a veteran, I must sincerely ask everyone to unite around the Federation." The senator's speech was always so sincere and moving. The wind and sand of history can't hide the truth. The nights in the Justice Department building made me ponder for a long time. In the current situation, is my personal political honor more important, or is the unity and stability of the Federation more important? Today, I'm announcing my withdrawal in front of the Federation's Parliament Hill. It's not because I'm disappointed in the spirit of the Federation and chose to give up, but because I love this Federation, and my love is incomparably deep. Sincere applause rang out. "Look at the black hole over there. It's a bunch of disgusting people." Sulo lit another cigarette and tried to maintain a calm appearance, but his slightly hoarse voice revealed some of his true emotions. "When I was reading in the library of Hishi State, I discovered that there was no such thing as patriotism a few decades ago. With the invasion of the Empire, people remembered to love their country. Everyone loved the Federation, but now, the name of patriotism has become the last refuge of villains." Sulu wanted to hear the voice of the old man in front of the Parliament Hill again. Although he knew that there was too much darkness in the Federation since he was young, he really did not expect that in a place like the Capitol Ring, the dark things could be covered with such a bright and beautiful coat and then flaunt and swindle in the pure white snow. Turning off the car TV, the black car drove silently on the road to the left of the Parliament building. It only took a few minutes for it to arrive at Charter Square. In the center of Charter Square, the statues of the five-person team stood tall. There was a thin layer of snow on the heads and shoulders of these predecessors. The imitation bronze material in the snow gave a sense of vicissitudes. In front of this group of giant statues, there was a clumsy ancient clock. According to the early teaching materials of the Federation, this ancient clock represented the constant call of mankind to the universe. Countless years ago, when human society first appeared in Upper Forest, this ancient clock was placed here. Until today, no one knew how many years it had been maintained, but the sound of the clock had never stopped. It rang from time to time according to the dates set by the Federation, peaceful and eternal. Su Lu was an orphan of Donglin, and he came from Zhonglo Street. Looking at the quiet ancient clock through the drizzling window, he naturally thought of the joke about the 4th Military Region. That sentence was very familiar to the people of Donglin, lonelier than fireworks, that warship that crashed on the surface of Donglin, and that unusually sturdy clock. It was said that when the 4th Military Region opened up Donglin, they carried a replica of this ancient clock in Charter Square. This year's election was really unexpected. Bai Yulan said while driving. She did not look at Su Li's expression from the corner of her eyes, but this sentence was obviously testing something. "It has nothing to do with me. I'm just a nobody." Sulu was still looking at the square outside the window, and casually replied. Bai Yulan did not think that Sulu was a nobody. She believed that there were not many people in the Federation who still thought so. Especially when the news in front of Capitol Hill made Sulu reveal some of his emotions, she vaguely caught something. The wild birds in the square that were usually proud and free, and even dared to defecate on the heads of the statues of the Group of Five, had long flown to South Kuzhou or even further south due to the cold weather. As the car drove past, only the fattened pigeons on the lawn were still eating. The people of the capital were not stingy with this little bit of food to show their love, but Sulu looked at the pigeons that refused to fly away and did not have a good impression of them. This was probably the portrayal of the Federation society. Only those who could not or did not want to fly could stay, and those who dared to defecate on the heads of big figures could only leave. I'm actually a wild animal that wants to defecate on the heads of big figures. Sulu thought in his heart and sighed softly. Due to the delay on the road, it was already late when they arrived at the outskirts of the Whitewater Company. However, under the personal guidance of the CEO's assistant, Sulu and Bai Yulan walked directly into the audit room. This was the business of the Security Decision-Making Department. Although the 7th Combat Team was nominally under this department, everyone in the Whitewater Company knew that the 7th Combat Team was involved in top-secret dangerous business. Sulu understood why the 7th Combat Team was chosen as bodyguards. It was not until he saw the middle-aged woman called Sister Tong that he understood something. When he thought of the purple-haired little girl behind Sister Tong, he did not know why, but his feelings of helplessness and worry over the past few days suddenly became a lot better. During the private conversation that followed, Sulu said to Sister Tong very seriously, "If your intention of choosing the security team is mainly because of me, then I have to tell you very sincerely that I don't know how long I will be staying in the capital ring. Perhaps I will leave in 2 days. I won't hide it at all. You should know very well what happened to Miss in the past year. Although I believe that we have the ability to guarantee Miss's safety, Miss herself is very resistant to certain arrangements." Sister Tong did not explain what those arrangements were. She directly said to Sulu, "Miss trusts your ability," which is why she agreed to the plan of the Whitewater Company Security Planning Department. "But I might leave immediately." Sulu lowered his head and thought of the scene in front of Parliament Hill. After a moment of silence, he said, "Maybe I have to do something, but no matter what decision I make, I won't be able to stay for long. This is a long-term cooperation, unless you don't come back." Sister Tong looked at him calmly. From the assassination last year to the inside story, she had absolute confidence in the strength of this young man in front of her. It was indeed a good decision to entrust Mrs. Safety to him. "I really might not come back." Sulu looked up and said with a smile. "Miss wants me to remind you that you once said that you owe her a life," Sister Tong said. Chapter 282. The person who arranged the assassination in Linhai State was Senator Macklin and another mysterious person. The person who arranged the assassination was then the Deputy Minister of National Defense, Yang Jingsong. The specific execution was carried out by a dozen young officers from the 2nd Military Region and a special operations team from a certain S1 garrison. The target was the Thai family who supported Senator Pobre. However, in this incident, the person who played the biggest role was Sulu. In the end, the person who rescued Sulu from the pool of blood and sent him to the Military General Hospital was the national idol of the Federation, Jian Shuaier. Sulu had always remembered this incident in his heart. He stubbornly believed that he owed Jian Shuaier his life, so when Sister Tong said this, he was speechless. After thinking for a long time, he helplessly shook his head and said, "It depends on the situation. At most, it will take 10 days. I will let you know when I make a decision." Sister Tong was a female soldier herself. She was straightforward and didn't say anything else. After leaving each other's contact information, she left with the company of the Whitewater Company's president. Su-Lut stood in the corridor and watched the expression of the president and Sister Tong as they talked. He confirmed that these two people were old acquaintances and couldn't help but have a trace of doubt about Jian Shue'er's identity. An idol of the Federation without parents. No matter how fanatically loved by the people, it was impossible for her to have a soldier like Sister Tong as her personal assistant. Su-Lu narrowed his eyes. He thought about some of the information that Tai Ziyuan had once revealed. He also remembered that he had vaguely guessed something, but he had long forgotten in this chaotic year. What exactly was the background of Jian Shue'er, today? Although Su Li's contributions in the past year had been suppressed by certain parties, and even the Shell Motor Company's headquarters had been forced to postpone the commendation for him. However, this matter couldn't be hidden from everyone. He was different from the pitiful technical director who was sent from the research institute to the Whitewater Company. Although he still didn't have a job, his status in the eyes of many people was much more important. He had nothing to do, and the officials of the Whitewater Company would not force him to come to work by the clock every day. He was not in a hurry to go home as he had nothing urgent to do. After sitting in the passenger seat for a while, he asked Bai Yulan to drive him to the western suburbs of the capital. The black car stopped outside the courtyard without a door plate. The mid-autumn tree in the courtyard was so tall that it pierced through the snowy sky, bringing with it a trace of eerie aura. Bai Yulan knew that this was the western suburb compound of the federal military, so she didn't follow him in. She stood beside the car and silently smoked the cigarette that had been there for a long time. She lowered her head and glanced at the fully armed guards at the entrance of the compound. She thought to herself that the little boss backer was indeed that deputy minister so. Su-Lu made a phone call at the security office. Not long after, an orderly came to lead him in. He walked along the field and the wide and straight road. After walking for a short distance in the direction of the hills in the western suburbs of the capital, he arrived in front of several independent courtyards. Walking into the seventh courtyard, the simple but not shabby design, coupled with the large area, there was a unique atmosphere of the federal military. Su-Lu saw Zhou holding the child at the entrance downstairs. He quickened his steps and walked forward to take the child. Mother is still at work. Don't worry too much, Zhou looked at him and explained naturally. Su-Lu carefully held Zhou Liuhua in his arms and sat on the hard sofa. After a moment of silence, he said, I came to find you today because there are some things that I don't understand. I want to hear your opinion. I thought there was nothing in this world that you don't understand. Zhou said with a smile. A trace of self-mockery flashed across her beautiful face. The young man in front of her, who she spent all her time with, had done so many things in secret without a word. Although she had expected it, she still felt a trace of shock and discomfort. Su-Lu did not hide the many things that happened in the Wangdu apartment from her. Instead, he saw her as a trustworthy analyst. Therefore, the eldest daughter of the Zhou family did not mock him harshly. Instead, because she saw the heaviness between his brows, her expression became solemn. She said, Don't ask me where Zhang Xiaomeng is. I really don't know. It's good that you don't know. If even you knew, she definitely wouldn't be able to live. Su-Lu lowered his head to look at the sleeping baby in his arms. He tried to find traces of Mr. Shi in the eyes of this little boy who had just been born a few months ago. However, in the end, he found that this effort was futile. In his eyes, all babies seemed to look exactly the same. His pair of eyes, which could distinguish precise lines, was also useless. Do you understand what happened this morning? Su-Lu raised his head and looked at Zhou. He asked seriously, Is there any connection between Macklin's announcement of his withdrawal and the Federation government's suspension of the investigation on him? When it came to serious matters, Zhou asked the nanny to take the child away. Then, she led Su-Lu to the tea room next door. After looking at him seriously for a long time, she said, "When the hearing started that day, I was worried about your mood and called you. At that time, you said that this was no longer your problem, so why do you still care?" Su-Lu was silent for a long time. Then, he said, "You should know very well why I targeted Macklin in the past. Yes, this is not my problem now. However, after all, I have put in a year's worth of effort for this. Suddenly, I realize that this has become a joke. I feel a little strange. You've already said it clearly. Why ask me? There is naturally a deal between the two. Macklin helped the Federation to calm the current storm, and the Federation will give him some kind of guarantee of safety, so Yute said softly as she poured him a cup of tea. Su-Li's eyebrows raised. They were like two flying knives that were about to be unsheathed. He said in a slightly hoarse voice, "But this doesn't make sense." Zhang Xiaomeng came out to testify against Macklin. Lady Tai must have an agreement with the anti-government forces. Those big shots must have put in a lot of effort, including the things I gave the Tai family. It's enough to beat Macklin down. Why do you still need to negotiate with him? He was a little depressed. He frowned and said, "Macklin clearly participated in the assassination in Linhai State. Doesn't Lady Tai want to take revenge? Whether it's the president or the first lady, what they need is long-term benefits. The benefits of the Federation. Tai Yuan is still alive, isn't he?" Zhou Yu said with her eyes lowered. Long-term benefits? Then what about the people who died in Linhai State Stadium, the security personnel, and the innocent spectators who died in the 4 states? Don't tell me that the Federation's laws are not to protect their benefits. Last time, after you came out of the district attorney's office, you said some things to me. I thought you saw through these things. Seeing through is one thing, but I didn't think that those people in the government would do things so openly and without hiding anything. Su-Li's eyes, which were always squinting, widened. It was unknown whether he was looking at Zhou Yu or something else. I know that you can do whatever you want, but I really can't believe that Lady Tai would make such an unwise decision. There's no such thing as wise or unwise. The main thing is that Macklin has enough public opinion to shake the Federation's foundation. And if the Federation government continues to investigate like this, who will protect the interests of the Li family and the Lin family? Zhou Yu organized her words in her mind and continued, at such a critical moment, the interests of the 7 families will naturally be tied together. Even the government won't be willing to mess with them. Macklin has withdrawn from the election and Pabre has been elected. Madame has already gotten what she wanted. She doesn't care whether Macklin will go to jail or not. This matter seems to be a simple matter, but in reality, countless people have been walking around the president's official residence, the back of the mountain, and the parliament building in the capital these past few nights. They have been running around shouting for this compromise, because there are too many people in the Federation who don't want to see chaos happen, and they don't want to see Macklin be found guilty of any crimes. Zhou Yu glanced at him and said, "Madame stands in a different position from us, and the things she considers are also different. It's not just the current presidential election, but also the long-term stability of the Federation for the next few decades. That's what she's most concerned about." From the moment she started the Macklin project and ended it so quickly, the case itself was never important. Instead, she used it as a bargaining chip to see how many benefits she could get in exchange for the situation she wants to see. Su-Lu lowered his head for a moment and said, "So it's just a bargaining chip." Zhou Yu continued, "The Minister of Justice has to resign, but he will definitely have a very good future. Mr. Zion in the Parliament is probably someone Madame can influence. Macklin is a smart man, so even though he knew that Madame could beat him down to the ground, he continued to stand strong. Only in this way was Madame forced to stop in the end. What did Madame lose? She didn't do anything, but she helped Senator Parble win the presidency without shedding any blood. Macklin lost the opportunity to enter the core of the Federation's political circle, but he successfully survived. President Sieg stopped the investigation. Perhaps the historians of later generations will say a few words of doubt, but he was able to obtain a long and unbreakable personal friendship with Madame. This kind of friendship is very important for a leader of the Federation who is about to retire. Everything that people do depends on what their goal is. Today's situation is what the Federation wants to see the most. It's like people wearing a mask of kindness on their faces. It's always good that it's not torn. Once it's torn, who knows how many people will be frightened by those ugly facial features. This matter is over. The most important thing is that the emotions of the people have been appeased, and the Federation has returned to peace. Compared to this, whether Macklin is guilty or not is not important. She glanced at Sulu, who was silent with his head lowered, and said in a low voice, "The day before yesterday, a temporary Joint Chiefs of Staff meeting was held. Of course, I didn't see the minutes, but I know from Brother Jiao that several big shots in the military support the President's decision, except for Commander Zhong of the 4th Military Region who cursed a few words." Hearing this, Sulu suddenly had a very good impression of Commander Zhong in the distant West Woods, who was also Little Watermelon's father. He asked, "What about Minister Zhou?" "My father has never spoken on such occasions, and everyone knows that he will be the Minister of Defense after Senator Pobre takes office. His position is a bit awkward." And on the Parliament Hill, although Senator Zion's change of heart was influenced by Madame, more than 100 senators collectively agreed to stop the hearing. I even dare to say that the lobbying groups of the 7 major families and the big companies in Hong Kong must have put in a lot of effort. The only one who is really relaxed is Macklin, but he is also the one who has lost the most. At least for the next 10 years, he won't have the opportunity to enter the core of the Federation's political circle. In my opinion, he will probably return to the 4 states around S2. Zhou Yu calmly analyzed the situation, especially pointing out some details, including how the witnesses of the anti-government army came to the capital, the story of what happened in the hotel, what compromises the two sides might have made behind the scenes, and why President Sieg accepted Lady Tai's suggestion. Sulu listened in silence, and his heart became heavier and heavier. Although he had already guessed these behind-the-scenes transactions in the past 2 days, it was still not as direct as listening to Zhou Yu's clear analysis. These simple conversations made him feel shocked and even frightened. He had thought that he had come into contact with some important people and could understand the rules of the so-called circle, but he still did not expect that the exchange of interests would be carried out so skillfully that it was unbearable. Human society has been like this for countless years. Zhou Yu looked at his expression and comforted him. "I know better than anyone that Madame was able to so smoothly push down Senator Macklin and the forces behind him this time because of you. I also know that the key evidence was handed to Shinli by you. Now that Macklin is not in prison, of course you are not convinced in your heart. But in the face of the political style of the Federation Society for thousands of years, even if you are not convinced, you can only curse in secret." She comforted, "After all, the Crown Prince is alive and well, and your revolutionary lover is also alive. There is really no need for you to make yourself unable to understand." In the eyes of politicians, making such a decision for the stability of the Federation might be acceptable, but Sulu still could not understand. He was just a stinking rock, looking at things according to his own moral values, doing things as a person, and doing things as a person. What was right, and what was wrong. If you want to hit someone with a rock, you have to hit them with a rock. He could not let the culprit kiss 2 rocks and then leave. But just as Zhou Yu reminded him, he reminded himself that these major matters of the Federation had nothing to do with him. He laughed bitterly at himself, took a sip of the hot tea in front of him, and said, "Zhang Xiaomeng lied to me, and Madame also lied to me. It seems that I am really a naive guy." Zhou Yu was only known for pretending to be cold and arrogant at home and outside. She was able to make such an accurate analysis today. Naturally, it was not the effect of Minister Zhou Yingxing's teachings since young, but the effect of Lady Tai taking her to afternoon tea over the years. Probably only Madame and Su Lu had the opportunity to see this beautiful girl's innate sensitivity to politics. Just as she had said earlier, one would naturally be able to see different things depending on the position one was in. Su Lu thanked her and was about to turn and leave when the phone in his arms suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and said a few words softly, then looked up, squinted at Zhou Yu, and said, "Shunli called. She said that there is a dinner party at Lufeng Slope tonight, and Madame specifically asked me to attend." Zhou Yu knew that he was asking for advice, so she quietly thought for a moment. Because of the baby, she had not followed Madame to those places for a long time, but after thinking for a moment, she guessed Madame's intention. "The cake will be distributed tonight," she smiled at Su Lu and said, "I think you will get a very big and sweet piece." Lufeng Slope was a private club, covering an area of 1 hectare, right next to the Charter Square. There was no eye-catching sign, only the 3 ancient letters, LFP, were inconspicuously branded on the waste wall. Walking into the club, feeling the smell of history around, and looking at the snow on the heads of the 5-person group through the antique cornices of the patio, even Su Lu, who had a lot on his mind, couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. Next to the Charter Square in the Capital Special Zone, there was actually such a big private club. Looking up, there was history, and what breathed in the air was power. The surrounding layout was simple, but there was a sense of luxury hidden in it. Although it was not as open and beautiful as Linyuan, it had already climbed to the extreme in terms of the sense of luxury. Perhaps only the Tai family, which had been passed down for thousands of years and could deeply influence the political life of the Federation, could preserve this meeting place and use it as a meeting place. Following the incomparably beautiful receptionist, Su Lu stepped into the quiet, old-fashioned corridors. Narrowing his eyes, Su Lu looked at the people not far away who were holding wine glasses and talking happily. He had never seen some of them before, but he was still familiar with them. This was because the figures of these representatives and ministers often appeared on the news of the Federation. There were not many guests today, but they were all real big shots. This was a feast to divide the interests of the Federation, and there were probably not many people in the entire Federation who were qualified to join. The design of the Lufeng Slope Club was very exquisite. People could always find their own place under the eaves and next to the pool. The warm wind that came from under their feet could make people feel warm and intoxicated. The corridor that Su Lu walked led directly to the deepest part of the club. He could see those big shots, but they didn't notice his existence. Su Lu walked step by step towards the deepest part of the club. He guessed that he was probably the person with the least background, the least strength, the youngest, and the least qualified of all the people present today. If it weren't for the fact that he was inextricably linked to Senator Macklin's downfall, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to attend this event in his life. According to George Carlin's theory, this was a society that distributed rewards based on information. The information that Su Lu had passed to the Tai family through his hands, as well as the victory of the new MX Mecha, confirmed that he would be able to claim his share of the fruits of victory in this presidential election. What would it be? Money? Status? The honor that had always been suppressed by Lady Tai? Or was it the personal friendship that even President Sieg cared about? No, he had a personal friendship with Tai Ziyuan, so he could forget about that lady. Chapter 283. The path was paved with bluestones, and an ancient aura seeped out from the slightly damp stone crevices, moistening the old-fashioned craftsmanship of the walls. Coupled with the warm wind under his feet, the flowing Wind Slope Club was forcibly transformed into a spring and autumn garden in this cold winter of the capital. Following the deliberately carved bluestone path that was absolutely natural, Sulu walked for a long time under the corridor. He pushed open the door in front of him alone and saw Lady Tai sitting on the gilded half-couch, using a wooden ruler to push tea. They had only met once, but Sulu had never forgotten the impression of this woman with the greatest power in the Federation. This middle-aged woman's calm and ordinary appearance was like a screen that completely covered the great rivers and mountains in his heart. As long as she was willing, the splendor of the rivers and mountains would spurt out and crush everything in front of her. "You're here." Lady Tai looked at Sulu with a smile. She noticed that this young man still didn't have epaulettes on his military uniform, and his hands that were exposed outside of his sleeves were neither nervously clenched nor presumptuously open. Instead, they were carefully and cautiously held as if he was holding 2 raw eggs. Sulu nodded and walked to stand in front of the lady. Lady Tai was in a very good state of mind today. Her calm and gentle face exuded a layer of luster. The trouble in the Federation was about to be solved, and the grand plan she had designed was about to be unfolded page by page. In this state of mind, this small-eyed boy in front of her became much more pleasing to the eye. "I heard from Minister Zhou that you are now an official captain of the Ministry of National Defense's General Assembly base." This wasn't a question. Lady Tai lightly tapped the wooden ruler. 2 beautiful ladies in long dresses with long trailing skirts came out from behind the screen behind her. They took away the tea chips and utensils beside her. She turned to Sulu and gestured for him to sit down. She continued to say gently, "In that case, you don't have to go back to Whitewater Company anymore." Hearing this, Sulu's eyebrows trembled slightly. Lady Tai quietly paid attention to his every expression, but she thought he was worried about something else. She smiled and explained, "I know you like Jian Shuier, but with your contributions and status this time, how can you still be someone else's bodyguard?" The lady's well-maintained hands slowly overlapped each other on her lap. She calmly looked at the silent Sulu, and the silk at the cuffs of her sleeves slightly glowed. Lady Tai was the only person in this universe who knew about Sulu's true background. Thus, when she said the 3 words Jian Shuier, her tone actually carried a trace of mockery and teasing, but Sulu himself didn't notice it. Because she knew about Sulu, Lady Tai was confident that she could completely control Sulu. Because she could control him, she had the leisure to evaluate him. In these past few months of evaluation, Sulu had put in a lot of effort during the presidential election, demonstrating his ability and strength. Whether it was the development of the new mecha or the information on how to oust Macklin in the end, it all made the lady feel admiration for this young man. "Regarding the matter of the Federal Academy of Science, you've gone a little overboard, so I've suppressed you for a few days." Lady Tai looked at him quietly. She pushed over a folder beside her and continued, "Go to the engineering department or the research institute. It's up to you what you think. The promotion order from the Ministry of National Defense is about to arrive." Sulik hesitated for a moment, then took the folder and opened it to look at it carefully. Inside the folder were several letters of commendation with the electronic signatures of the relevant departments of the Federation, as well as a summary of a meeting. He said softly, somewhat absent-mindedly, "Lieutenant Colonel." He had originally only been a second lieutenant civilian officer. Because he had assisted the Nutshell Engineering Department in developing the MX Mecha, the Ministry of National Defense had granted him the authority of the General Assembly base and the rank of captain. However, he had never imagined that he would be promoted to lieutenant colonel so easily through this banquet today. How many lieutenant colonels had there been in the history of the Federation? Even during the years of the 3 Star Wars, relying on his impressive military exploits to jump ranks, it was still difficult for him to be promoted so quickly. In that instant, Sula fell silent. This was probably due to the division of rewards. In the distribution of benefits by the Federation, Lady Tai had given him a very ample reward, which also meant that this lady was truly prepared to nurture him. "You have the ability. Even the Leaf family's little madman is a lieutenant colonel. Since you defeated him, of course you can't be lower than him, said Lady Tai calmly. Lieutenant Colonel Li Feng was promoted because of his military exploits on the Westwood's front lines, said Su Lo, shaking his head. President Sieg and the military remember your contributions to the Federation very clearly. You don't have to be humble. Lady Tai said, the nutshell should promote you to level 1 technical supervisor. Do well in the future. Lady Tai's tone was very normal and natural. Whether it was the rare 20-year-old lieutenant colonel rank of the federal military or the illustrious position of level 1 technical supervisor of the Nutshell Company, in her words, it was as simple as asking whether onions should be purple or red. For the head of the most mysterious and most powerful 10,000-year-old Tai family of the Federation, even the change of president of the Federation was something that could be influenced, let alone the 2 positions that a young man had to go through in his glorious life. Su Lo was silent for a very long time. After a very, very long time, he raised his head and looked very seriously at Lady Tai's face. He asked, are you planning to arrange my life? It's just a suggestion, just like my suggestions to many people. Lady Tai looked very seriously at him and said, our generation will eventually gradually grow old. You are different, and Ji Yuan is also different. He will need a partner like you in the Federation in the future. For Lady Tai to be able to say such words to a small figure like Su Lo, it showed enough sincerity. It was probably also because of some of the characteristics that Su Lo had displayed in the story over the past year that made this lady believe that her son should be very lucky to have such a partner or subordinate. However, a long time ago, Su Lo had directly rejected Tai Yuan's invitation to enter the Tai family. Due to some very simple and direct reasons, he expressed his rejection again. He shook his head and said, I am very sorry, I am not used to having my life arranged by others. Lady Tai narrowed her eyes and said, as far as I know, although you are stubborn, you have never been a pedantic person. I rejected in the past because I wanted to ensure that my friendship with Tai Yuan would not change. Now, I naturally understand that it is very difficult for my friendship with him to last a lifetime. Su Lo organized his words and quietly explained, I rejected now because it is very difficult for me to accept the way you and the level of people you represent do things. Lady Tai didn't say anything. She only looked quietly at Su Lo, wanting to know what this seemingly fearless young man wanted to say. Su Lo didn't immediately speak, because he knew that as soon as he opened his mouth, he might anger this lady in front of him. He was silent for a long time. Then, he took a deep breath and bravely said, I have always believed that people like Macklin should be tried by the Federation's laws. But now, since Madame's attitude is different from mine, then our previous relationship can only come to an end. During the morning tea in the back of Macho's mountain, Su Lo had once said to Xunli that his relationship with the Tai family could only be one of mutual cooperation. Lady Tai heard him repeat this and couldn't help but smile. With a trace of coldness, she slowly said, Child, in the Federation, there are many people who are qualified to cooperate with me, but that definitely does not include you. I understand. Su Lo lowered his eyes slightly and stared at his shiny military boots. He said word by word, so, Madam, please take back this envelope. Lady Tai looked at him quietly. Suddenly, she felt like she was looking at that man from many years ago. However, that man was very different from this small-eyed boy in front of her. Although they were both good at hiding their abilities under the opposite appearance, the appearance they chose was too different. That man was so amazing and insufferably arrogant, but this small-eyed boy in front of her was only calm and even dull. It was hard to tell what he was thinking and what he wanted to do. Thinking of that man made Lady Tai's mood slightly gloomy. Su Lo was still like a smelly rock. He didn't notice the subtle changes in this important person's mood. He said straightforwardly, Tai Yuan promised me that he would not let Macklin become the vice president. Lady Tai said coldly, "Do you think Macklin still has a chance in this life? But this is not enough." Lady Tai suddenly felt a little angry. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the young man in front of her. She couldn't understand how that cold-blooded and heartless guy could teach such a stubborn and righteous student. Did he really think that he was a messenger of justice? The Federation's biggest threat now is the Empire. Lady Tai said coldly, "In this situation, the Federation needs to be united. There can't be any more chaos, so Macklin can't stay in the Ministry of Justice any longer. In the face of the great interests of the Federation, what does personal hatred count for? What does your laughable sense of justice count for?" Sulu thought to himself, when did justice become a laughable thing? You want to trample on justice, so you don't hesitate to cause unrest in the Federation. Lady Tai stood up slowly. There was a faint light flashing in her black dress. She looked at Sulu coldly and said, "You don't hesitate to cause the deaths of tens of thousands of people. I can even ignore the fact that my son was assassinated. What kind of role do you want to play, you pitiful little fellow who was deceived?" Lady Tai looked at his eyes and said coldly, "In Schiller's play, there was once a madman who fought with stone giants. In order to avenge his daughter, that madman didn't hesitate to bury an entire village. When the bards questioned him, he even boasted that even if tens of thousands of people died because of it, as long as justice existed, he would persist. But, how selfish is this? The threat of the Empire was like a black cloud hanging above the sky of the Federation. This society needed peace and unity. That was why a shameless person like Macklin would find a twisted way forward. If Macklin was held accountable for his crimes, it would cause unrest in the Federation. Thousands, even hundreds of thousands, or even millions of people would die. Was this selfish? This was such a great, glorious, and correct compromise. However, when Sulu heard it, why did he still feel that this compromise was extremely rotten? At the end of the Bluestone Road, in the quietest room of the Flowing Wind Slope Club, Sulu was silent for a long time. Then he slowly stood up, looked up, narrowed his eyes, and grinned, revealing 2 rows of neat white teeth. He said to Lady Tai, "Madam, people will always die. The trillions of people in the Federation will always die. It's only a matter of who dies first and who dies later. However, in the end, only reason can survive in this universe. If that's the case, reason is of course the most important thing." Hearing this, Lady Tai smiled and then said, "You are only one person. Even if you persist, you will only make yourself more worried and angry. Think about it before the banquet. No matter what, give me an answer later." Sulu lowered his head and thanked her. He watched as the madam slowly left, dragging her long black dress behind her. When he straightened up, he found that his back was already drenched in sweat. In the cold winter, although the interior of the club was incomparably warm, this sweat was actually cold sweat. In this one year, the changes in the Federation made him extremely aware of just how terrifying the 7 great families of the Federation were. That madam from before was even more so a figure that no one dared to look straight at her. Lady Tai herself did not have any shocking aura, and her tone was also extremely calm. However, when he connected the dots to this madam's identity, the pressure that Su Li's earlier questioning and rebuke had created in his heart was no less than that time when he had faced that heavy M52 mecha in the underground parking lot of the Linhai State Gymnasium. "This way, please." At some point, Butler Jean had appeared by his side and politely led him out of the room. They followed a completely different style passageway towards the bustling part of the club. Sulu found that Butler Jean was not the same as when they had first met last year. At the very least, there was a certain hostility and coldness hidden within that courtesy. This puzzled him. Even if Lady Tai did not like him, with his status and strength, how could he possibly attract Butler Jean's hostility? However, there was no time for him to think too much about it. In a side hall of the club, a flashlight lit up. The momentary flash of light made Su Li's eyes squint even more, and the warm applause also made his sharp hearing much worse. He could only roughly make out something about a commendation, something about important mecha developer, something about a fighter pilot, and so on. A general walked up to him and patted him heavily on the shoulder, personally sewing a medal on the left breast of his military uniform. He then leaned over to his ear and said, "Young man, well done. The medal will be in your hands in a few days." Another councilman gestured for everyone to raise their glasses, and so everyone raised their glasses. Even the silent Su Lo had an extra glass of expensive champagne in his hand. For a moment, wine glasses clinked softly, music played softly, and everyone laughed softly. Only Su Lo was like a puppet, allowed to be manipulated by others in this Federation banquet. Su Lo and Butler Jean walked out of the hall. The guests of the Flowing Wind Slope Club were the most respected and most important people in the Federation. There were not many people, so it was not very noisy. Only when the music behind him was gradually forgotten did he regain his senses. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, "I don't understand what this means. I didn't agree to Madame's request." Along the way, many people raised their glasses to Su Lo as a sign of respect and affection. Su Lo had seen a few of them in Linyuan, but most of them were people he had only seen on TV. These big shots might not know Su Lo, but they all knew about Su Lo and the role this young man played in the presidential election. More importantly, they knew that Madame admired this young man and decided to cultivate him. This was enough for them to pay enough attention to him. "I want to leave," Su Lo said to Butler Jean. Butler Jean took him to an office on the second floor and then handed him another folder. The old butler looked at him strangely and said coldly, "Where there are people, there is a path. Others can leave at any time. But your path is already set." Su Lo narrowed his eyes. It was not surprising that Madame wanted to control him, but why did they still go ahead with the plan after he had clearly expressed his objection? When he thought of this, he suddenly felt that the folder was a little heavy. Inside the folder were a few photos and a file. One of the photos was a rare photo of Su Lo in Donglin. The photo was taken with Li Wei and Chang Zi. The other photo was taken recently. Li Wei, with a scar on his face, was walking on a street. Looking at the style of the street, it did not seem to be in the Federation's territory. Su Li's hand holding the folder trembled. It was not because of the power in his body, but because of extreme fear and shock. He did not look at the file attached to the folder seriously because the first paragraph of the file clearly stated a few words. Citizen number, DLAS 420500481X, information node missing, name, Su Lo, note, Federation 4427, target 2, death confirmed. When he saw these things, Su Lo knew that a fundamental change had occurred. His identity as a fugitive from the Federation, the person responsible for the Bureau of Proclamation's first-order incident, his relationship with Uncle Feng Yu, those secrets hidden in the depths of his heart that no one other than himself knew about, had finally, been discovered. Coldness, fear, anger, killing intent, and drifting away. In the end, all these chaotic emotions turned into silence and heavy breathing after the shock. Butler Jean said calmly, "Madame has given you time to consider. What do you think?" Yes, in that room, Madame Tai had asked him to consider before the banquet. At that time, Su Lo did not expect that this Madame had already grasped his most fatal weakness. Since that was the case, the time he had to consider was reduced to a humiliating interval. Su Lo had considered accepting the style and methods of these big shots in the Federation, but he did not know what he should do about this matter. However, when he held the folder in front of him, which weighed hundreds of thousands of tons, in his hands, he felt helpless and uneasy for the first time in his life. After a long time, Su Lo asked in a hoarse voice, "Li Wei, where is he now?" Bermuda. Of course, you can also say that he is in our hands. Butler Jean said as if he was a kidnapper, but he still appeared as steady and elegant as ever. Sulo licked his dry lips and smiled with some difficulty. With trembling hands, he fumbled with his military uniform and touched the cardboard box below the purple star medal that represented supreme honor. Chapter 284. Coming out of the corner gate of Flowing Wind Slope, through a small path hidden behind the winter forest, they arrived at Charter Square, which was only a minute-and-a-half walk away. No one followed Sulu in the club, and there were no eye-catching people around the lawn covered in thin snow. Things had already developed to this point, and Sulu knew very well that Lady Tai no longer had to worry about him leaving. There were benches beside the lawn, and the iron armrests were carved into complicated patterns using anti-rust craftsmanship. In the past, these benches were the favorite places of the people of the capital to relax, but today was cold, so there were countless empty chairs waiting for Sulu. He randomly picked a chair, brushed away the remaining snow on it, and sat down heavily. His lips were tightly pursed, and he kept smoking the cigarette. After a while, the cigarette burned out, and he lit another one. The architectural style and layout of the capital special district were always on the path of the vicissitudes of history, solemn and quiet. Whether it was the Presidential Palace, the Parliament Hill Building, the Ministry of Finance Building, or this empty Charter Square, the postmodernist style was extremely rare. Naturally, it was not like any of the crossroads in Hong Kong, where the lights were so tall that they reached into the sky, and the three-dimensional light screen flashed the night into day. It was so bustling that it made people dizzy. His line of sight passed over the corner of the majestic five-person team statue in the center of Charter Square, and fell on the street corner in the distance, where there was the only two-dimensional light screen in Charter Square. This light screen gathered in the air was about 70 meters wide, and the area was very large. Many years ago, the Federation television station spent a lot of effort to obtain permission from the Federation Management Committee. At this time, the winter sun was sinking into Macho Mountain, and the sky was gradually darkening. The news on the light screen in the sky in the distance was a lot clearer. Today's news was still focused on the news of Ross and Macklin announcing their withdrawal. Reporters were reporting the reactions of the people on the various planets of the Federation. After the initial disappointment and even anger, Macklin's supporters gradually accepted this fact. This was because Macklin did not use the words withdraw and anger when he was in front of the Ministry of Justice building or in front of the Parliament building. Instead, he sincerely put on a big hat of righteousness and glory on his head. In the news, Senator Medellin was sincerely praising Senator Pobre. The people who were on strike in the four mountainous states were praising Senator Medellin with tears streaming down their faces. The Parliament's press spokesperson was solemnly praising the people of the Federation for their maturity and rationality. The Jingzhou Federation of Industry and Commerce was praising the wisdom of the Federation Parliament for terminating the hearing. Some experts and scholars were praising the stance of the business community in this dispute. A certain ministry of the Federation government was praising the academics for their objective performance in this storm. Everyone was praising and blessing each other. This was a united federation, a perfect federation. Some people won, but no one lost. Some withdrew, but no one retreated. However, no one was thinking about the editorial department of the Capital Daily that had started this storm, the investigators from the Macklin Special Task Force of the Ministry of Justice, and the anti-government witnesses who had come from S2 Green Dragon Mountain but had become clowns. Sulo lit another cigarette and subconsciously looked back. Hidden by the winter forest, deep in the grassland, there were cornices, black tiles, and white snow. That was the Flowing Wind Slope, the place where the upper echelons of the Federation gathered. And the place he was at was Charter Square, the place most familiar to the people of the Federation. The two places were very close to each other, but the class they represented, or rather the world, were completely different. In the future, he would be the second youngest lieutenant colonel in the Federation, the youngest first-class technical supervisor in nutshell, and the close companion and subordinate of Tai Yuan, who was destined to become the president in the future. He would have a bright future that no orphan in Donglin could imagine. In the future, he would be a fugitive from the Federation, a wanted target of the Bureau of Proclamation. He would either hide in the dark for a lifetime, or he would immediately die under a gun. He would be alone, and no one could see the dangerous road ahead. Sulu was a rock. For him, this choice was not a difficult thing. In fact, before he came to the flowing wind slope today, he had already made his decision. Even though the folder that Butler Jean handed over was so heavy, so shocking, and had dug out his biggest secret, he still didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. At most, he would just replace the chip on the back of his neck, escape, kill, and continue to be a small fry. However, Victor was in the distant Bermuda, under the control of the other party. Because of this, he was destined to only be able to silently smoke on the bench behind the snow, and he could not make a more direct response. The cigarette butt was inserted into the snow and extinguished. 6 or 7 cigarette butts were neatly inserted at his feet, but he still did not think clearly. After smoking too much, there was no taste, only an anxious burnt smell. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the few people in the square. Occasionally, he would think, forget it, forget it. In the face of the huge shadow of the Federation Society, there is not much meaning in making any more resistance. In fact, after knowing that Zhang Xiaomeng was still alive and had lied to him for a whole year, he was already tired and did not want to care about anything. In the collective unconscious that yearned for peace and stability, no one cared about the truth of the Medellin project anymore. No one was willing to remember the innocent victims of the assassination in Linhai and the terrorist concert in Huanshan Sizhou. Since this society was so forgetful, why should he remember? However, a group of people came from the Charter Square. This group of people were of different ages, men and women, wearing thick clothes, holding candles in their hands, and holding a few photos about half a meter in size. There were very few people, and they looked scattered and did not have any momentum. Compared to the George Carlin Youth Army that had surrounded the Ministry of Justice building a few days ago, this demonstration crowd seemed very isolated. The small demonstration team was very silent. They probably knew that in the current social environment, what they insisted on believing was not what most people wanted to see. The photos they held were very small and looked a little blurry from afar, but Su Lu could see clearly that the names of the victims of the terrorist concert attack were written on the photos. The rest of the photos were children's faces. These were the children who went to watch their idol's concert and died under the collapsed grandstand. After their cold bodies were dug out, their eyes were closed and their tender faces were covered with black and gray dust. Their long eyelashes were quietly closed, but a few were broken. Some were blue, some were pale, but there was no rosy color that a child should have, because they were all dead. The silent demonstration team walked over. Su Lu looked at them silently, then stood up, took out the cash on him, and put it into the donation box. At the same time, he said a few words to the leader of the team. After Senator Medellin announced his withdrawal from the election, the people who originally supported Senator Pobre and stood against the George Carlin Youth Army dispersed. This was probably because the people simply sympathized with the weak and did not want to beat a dog when it was down, so now there were very few people who still accused Medellin of being the baby killer. I believe the report of the Capital Daily News, but the people of the 4 states do not believe it, even though they are the biggest victims of this terrorist attack. The organizer of the demonstration was a middle-aged man. He took 2 puffs from Su Li's cigarette and said sadly, "The relatives of these children who died did not have the money to take the spaceship from S2. They just chose a representative, but what makes me even more scared is that some of the families of the victims still think that the incident was done by the anti-government forces, and has nothing to do with that old bastard Medellin." Sulu did not say anything. The middle-aged man patted him on the shoulder to express his gratitude. Then, he led his few companions along the snow-covered charter square and began another detour. Sulu sat back on the bench and inserted the cigarette butt into the pile of snow by his feet. This was already the ninth cigarette, but he still had not thought it through. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then looked up and said to By Magnolia, "I'm out of cigarettes, do you still have any?" He didn't know when By Magnolia, who had been waiting for him at the entrance of the flowing wind slope, had come to his side. By Magnolia used a finger to lift the black hair on her face and shook her head. After a moment of silence, she said, "I've already found some of the things you asked me to find out. The specific situation at the Ministry of Justice is not clear. The task force has been withdrawn, but no one knows how the evidence was dealt with." Sulu scratched his head and took out a cigarette butt from the pile of snow by his feet. He found that it was impossible to light it again, so he could only tear the material in the filter and stare blankly. Secretary Bai was good at killing people, but after all, she was in a different class, so it was difficult for her to find out these things. "I have no way to know what happened at the Capital Daily News." By Magnolia stood aside and looked at Suli's lowered head. Although she did not know what happened before, she roughly understood that what confused Sulu at this time was definitely related to the Medellin case. At this time, the phone in Suli's arms rang. He didn't look at the caller ID and directly asked, "What's the news?" The chief editor of the Capital Daily News, Bob, was dismissed. The board of directors cited a super clause and compensated him 10 times his salary. "Believe me, it will be difficult for this chief editor to find a suitable job in 5 years." On the other end of the phone, the 7th young master of the Li family, Li Xiaotong, sighed and said, "As for the chief reporter you care about, Mr. Wood, unfortunately, he was in a car accident today. He didn't die, but he has been hospitalized." Sulu held the phone and didn't move. In the current environment, any attempt to destroy the stability and reconciliation of the Federation will be met with a strong joint attack from countless parties. In fact, you know that in this kind of attack, my family should contribute the most. Li Xiaotong continued calmly, "According to the news I received, you have passed the madam's assessment. As long as you are willing, you can enter our circle with a corresponding identity. In this case, I advise you to calm down." "Thank you," Sulu said seriously. He and the 7th young master of the Li family were not friends, but interested parties. He was the target of Li Xiaodong's investment. However, at this time, the other party was still willing to help him in this aspect. It should be said that he was very sincere. Li Xiaotong didn't say anything else. He hung up the phone and sat on the sofa in silence for a long time. At the beginning, he mainly wanted to invest in the relationship between Sulu and the Tai family. Later, he mainly wanted to invest in Sulu, because he thought that this person was like Lin Banshan in the past, with the ability to break the rules. However, at this time, he had a bad feeling. Even Lin Banshan himself, in the face of the current Federation's collective consciousness from the top to the bottom, from the dignitaries to the people, would not dare to go against him. Sulu, however, seemed to have other ideas. One person, no matter how strong, was only one person in the face of the entire Federation. The editorial department of the Capital Daily News was gloomy. Chief Editor Bob took one last look at his office and laughed bitterly. Under the sorrowful gazes of many of his subordinates, he left the building on Carbine Street. Walking out of the front door of the news agency, Chief Editor Bob looked back at the lunar eclipse symbol on the side of the building. He thought about the past few days, and there was not much regret in his heart. There was only peace in his heart. As a media worker, he did what he was supposed to do. Only then could he feel at ease and have a clear conscience. Unfortunately, He still overestimated the power of the news and underestimated the power of the omnipresent network in the Federation society. A few days ago, he and the media were able to launch an unrelenting attack on Senator Macklin because the other big force in the Federation needed them to do so. When the two sides had formed an agreement and distributed the benefits, they would abandon him. The power of the news was to expose the truth and inform the people. Unfortunately, in this regard, the old man Macklin had enough ability to incite. It was natural for the news agency to fire him. It was probably the government's means to appease the fanatical supporters of Macklin. It was a pity for Wood. This guy originally wanted to continue his report on the internet, but he was hit by a speeding car and broke his legs, unfortunately. Chief Editor Bob's forehead hurt slightly, and his heart was cold. He smiled bitterly, got into the car, and said to the driver, "Go to the hospital." The Ministry of Justice building not far from Charter Square was in a similar mood at this time. The orders issued by the Presidential Palace and the Federation Parliament at the same time forced the Macklin Task Force to suspend the investigation. After the resignation of the Minister of Justice, the independent prosecutor had to move out of his office. Xiao Wenjing and Su Songzi walked out of the Ministry of Justice building. The cold wind blew in their faces, and they almost shivered a few times. He looked at Su Songzi's red face, smiled bitterly, and fastened the collar of her trench coat. After working day and night, this pair of senior and junior from the 1st Military Academy had become more familiar with each other and trusted each other more than before. "I should be transferred back to the Ministry of Defense, what about you?" Su Songzi looked at him with a trace of worry. She thought of the things that Xiao Wenjing secretly hid after the Presidential Palace order the day before yesterday, and her heart was a little heavy. Should be returned to the district prosecutor's office. Xiao Wenjing lowered his head slightly and looked at the snow under his feet. Suddenly, he frowned and said, "The departure of the important witness, Zhang Xiaomeng, is obviously because someone tampered with it. If we can find her again, things may turn around. All the case files have been handed over to the Presidential Palace and then handed over to the central database. This case is over." Su Songzi hugged her arms and said softly, "No one can find Zhang Xiaomeng now. If they find her, it will probably be a corpse. But in fact, there is already a lot of evidence." Xiao Wenjing frowned and said, "I still want to continue to investigate." Su Songzi followed him forward. After a long silence, he said, "If there is anything you need me for, feel free to find me." The sharp sound of brakes rang out beside the pair of young prosecutors. Two black official cars sped over and skidded to a stop in the snow, blocking their path. A few Federation investigators wearing dark formal suits walked out of the car. One of them looked at Xiao Wenjing and said coldly, "Prosecutor Xiao, you are involved in a vicious case at the end of November of the 67th year of the constitutional calendar. Please cooperate with our investigation." Xiao Wenjing's face was slightly pale. She looked at Su Songzi and knew that something was wrong, but she didn't know what was going on. "I don't understand." Xiao Wenjing looked at the Federation Investigation Bureau official and reprimanded him with a frown. "What case? Even if there is a case, it should be a police matter. What does it have to do with the Federation Investigation Bureau? You are a judicial officer of the Federation, and the case is extremely bad, so this case is taken over by the Federation Investigation Bureau." The official said coldly, "You are suspected of raping a young girl. I don't think we need to discuss it on the street, right?" Su Songzi looked at Xiao Wenjing in shock. Of course, she didn't believe this matter. She vaguely guessed that this matter must be related to the Macklin project. But what right did the other party have to make such a ridiculous accusation? Raping a young girl. Xiao Wenjing's face was pale, but there was a trace of anger and agitation. He quickly thought of the pitiful little girl who had asked for a ride when he returned home last night. However, Would there be anyone in the Federation who would set up such a disgusting and shameless trap? He said angrily, shameless. What evidence do you have? You can put forward your own opinion. I just ask you to go back and accept the investigation. The Federation Investigation Bureau official said mockingly, although we didn't collect your semen, it could be an attempt. I can remind you that we found your skin tissue under the fingernails of the victim. Xiao Wenjing took a deep breath and didn't want to say anything more. In this snowy evening, he thought of the sunny autumn when he was investigating the murder on Tiger Mountain Road. He was an investigator who respected the law of the Federation very much. Although the cancellation of the Macklin project made him start to have a trace of doubt about the legal system of this society, he still had confidence in it. However, today, in the face of such a ridiculous and horrible accusation, he naturally thought of that sunny autumn day. The young officer named Su Lu once told him that the law was like a toy in the hands of many big people. The latest news is that Wood had a car accident, and Xiao Wenjing and the task force has been charged with a crime. The situation is very clear. The two of them are the most persistent people, so they must be suppressed. If you still insist, you will inevitably be suppressed. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Yu's voice was not as calm or even cold as usual. Instead, there was a trace of anxiety because she knew Su Li's character better than anyone else. She knew that this stinky rock was really not ordinary. Su Li's eyes looked at the 9 cigarette butts that looked like plum blossoms in the snow at his feet. His ears were listening to the latest news brought by Zhou Yu. His heart was heavy and lonely. Mr. Shi was not by his side, and neither was Tai Yuan. In the sea of more than 10 billion people in the Federation, he could only trust Zhou Yu. Even so, he still did not tell her that he was a fugitive from the Federation, and that Lady Tai had firmly grasped his information. Lin Banshan can't be contacted. Zhou Yu quickly said on the other end of the phone, I asked someone to find Zhang Xiaohua in Nankashao, but even he doesn't know where Lin Banshan went after missing for a month. I don't know what urgent matter you have in Bermuda, but since you can't contact this person, I really don't have any other way. Su Lu asked very seriously, other than Lin Banshan, who else on the Federation's side can go deep into Bermuda? I want to find someone. To be precise, I want to save someone. Lin Banshan is very powerful in the Bermuda Triangle, but the Federation's influence there is very weak. He is an anomaly. Other than him, I really can't think of anyone else. Zhou Yu was suddenly silent on the other end of the phone for a long time before she said slowly, of course, if you can find someone from the West Woods military region, this is a different story. The West Woods military region, the 4th military region of the Federation, the front line between the Federation and the Empire, controlled the space channel that the Federation used to enter Bermuda, and was controlled by the Zhong family, one of the 7 major families of the Federation, for countless years. In the vast universe, 3 major forces each occupied a part of the galaxy. The Bermuda Triangle was undoubtedly the weakest part of the 3, but it was also the freest and craziest world. With the resources and population of the Triangle, it was able to survive extremely well in the confrontation between the Federation and the Empire. Other than proving that the people there had extremely strong survival abilities, there must be a deeper reason. When facing the Bermuda Triangle, whether it was the Federation or the Empire, they could be extremely strong, but no one could really have a deep influence, let alone control. The only exception was Lin Banshan, the prodigal son of one of the 7 major families of the Federation. Relying on life and death situations, he used 6 years to obtain his own special status and powerful strength in the underground society of Bermuda. Knowing that Li Wei was in the distant Bermuda, Su Li's first thought was to rescue his childhood friend. That was why he thought of asking for Lin Banshan's help through Zhou Yu. Although he had thought about it before, Lin Banshan was after all a member of the Lin family. However, the hurried encounter on the high-speed railway made him not know why, but he always felt that the man with the mountain-like shoulders was worth looking forward to. However, Lin Banshan had been missing for a month. Now, what other methods did Sulu have? There was also the West Woods military region. Since even Lin Banshan could be found, why not the people of the West Woods military region? Sulu knew that he was desperate, but he couldn't care less. He looked up, grabbed a handful of snow from beside him and smeared it on his face to cool his burning face a little. He took a deep breath and drove away the figure of a little girl in a white nightgown in his mind. He reached into the pocket of his military uniform and fumbled for a long time before he found a somewhat worn card. After receiving this card at the capital airport, he had carefully kept it close to him. Even when he was seriously injured and unconscious, this card did not leave his side. Until today, he could only pray that this card would be like the legendary magic card and summon a god with infinite magical power. He dialed the string of numbers on the card. After waiting for a long time, Sulu whispered in a slightly hoarse voice, "Hello, I am looking for Mrs. Zhong." Chapter 285. Sulu rested his elbows on his knees. He lowered his head and squinted his eyes as he made the call. Bai Yulan looked at his serious expression from the side, then at the plum blossom-shaped cigarette butt on the ground. She thought about the details she had noticed in the past, and her delicate eyes narrowed. She knew that he was currently in a very rare emotional state. Was that Madame Zhong? The young, beautiful, and generous lady from the West Woods? Bai Yulan sighed. Little Boss was indeed full of surprises. How did this unassuming young man know so many important people in the Federation? The phone call was a little long. After Sulu softly explained his intentions, he spent most of the time listening and replying to the other party. In the past, no matter what kind of hardships he faced during this period of time, he would occasionally miss that cute little girl with black hair like a watermelon skin. He had never thought of calling this number because some people in the Silan military, such as that Colonel Lake, had once participated in his real history, seen his face, and interacted too much with the people in the Silan military. There was no telling when the other party would discover his identity as a federal fugitive. However, today, Butler Jean had already taken out the document envelope. He had nothing to lose and naturally had nothing to fear. When he dialed this number, he couldn't even be sure if the person on the other end of the line still remembered him from 2 years ago. Did she still remember those small things? He knew that he had only taken care of little Watermelon on the spaceship for a few days. He didn't owe her anything. Now, he wanted her to do him such a big favor. This was beyond the concept of a desperate case. It seemed particularly wishful thinking, but he could only fantasize about it now. The call continued. A smile gradually reappeared on Su Li's face. He didn't tell the person on the other end the whole truth, but this smile proved that the result of the call was quite satisfactory. Dreams could be reflected in reality. It turned out that a gamble of asking for help could actually get a wonderful response. After hanging up the phone, Sulu was still sitting on the bench with a calm smile on his face. However, there was a slight change in the meaning of the smile. It changed from a pleasant surprise to a gradually calming heart. The group of people who looked extremely pitiful at Charter Square had circled back. They stepped on the snow that was no longer loose. There was no rustling sound, only the patter of snow. Against the gradually approaching night, it was lonely and silent. The middle-aged man smiled at Sulu, who was sitting on the bench, and didn't say anything. Sulu also smiled and looked at the photos in their hands. In the photos, there were children with their eyes closed. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the young faces of the children with their faces ashen. There was no need to give too much in life. There was no need to think too much, just do it. Sulu narrowed his eyes as he thought. Although what he planned to do next seemed a little exaggerated and absurd, and it didn't seem like a decision that a normal person would make, he always thought that there were many exaggerated and absurd things in history. It was just that those things always went down the dirty path. He wanted to go down the opposite path. A person who lived for 70 years had to do something they wanted to do. Coincidentally, Sulu thought that he had more contact with things than the average person and knew more inside stories, so he had the opportunity to do it. He thought about it a few times on the bench behind the snow. Perhaps he didn't even think about it at all. He made a decision, but this decision had nothing to do with Zhang Xiameng. It wasn't a personal vendetta, but it wasn't righteous either. It was probably just to seek his own inner pleasure and selfish moral satisfaction. I finally understand now. With my personality, no matter how I escape in this universe, I will always be discovered. Because I have no way of hiding like that uncle of mine. Sulu stared blankly at the square behind the snow and the night and said, because when I see unfair things, I get angry and want to do something. But this universe is full of unfairness. No matter where I go, it's the same. So I will probably continue to be angry. These words revealed a truth. Even if Lady Tai didn't find out his true identity, with his personality, he would probably be angry at some point and not care that he was wanted by the Federation. This was what it meant when he said that one's personality determined one's fate. Bai Yulan didn't know who the uncle he was talking about was, and she didn't understand what he said. She said softly, I never knew that you were a literary youth born to be angry. Sulik stood up and brushed away the remaining snow on the hem of his military uniform. He showed his white teeth, squinted his eyes, and smiled. There is a kind of power that is born to defeat evil. That is me. That's very nauseating. Bai Yulan had a military coat hanging on her elbow, but Sulu refused to wear it. Sulu nodded and said with a smile, I think so too. After saying this, he turned around and walked back to the depths of the lawn behind the square, toward the flowing wind slope club that exuded a luxurious atmosphere in the night sky. Bai Yulan followed behind him, silently gazing at his straight back. She suddenly felt an extremely uneasy feeling in her heart. Sulik seemed to have guessed what she was thinking. Without turning his head, he asked in a low voice, I want to know how powerful the things in the armory of our 7th team are. 3,000 kilometers away from the capital, in the capital of Shisha State, there was an independent villa purchased under the name of the Ancient Clock Company. It was located between the city and the Federation-level scenic spot, Shisha Mountain. The location was excellent, and the scenery was beautiful and quiet. In the living room on the first floor of the villa, Fatty Tian was sitting on the sofa and carefully trimming his nails. 2 years had passed. This awesome man of the 4th Military Region of the Federation, the most trusted subordinate of Commander Zhong, was no longer the captain of the Ancient Clock Company. He had also become fatter. His 10 fingers were like 2 steamed buns that were pinched in half. He was chubby and looked very cute. However, only the old men of the federal military and those strong men of the empire who had died in his hands knew how terrifying and dangerous this fatty was. Fatty Tian, who had just passed his 39th birthday, found that the phone call had finally ended. He couldn't help but ask curiously, little sister-in-law, who made the call? Not many people know your private number. The little sister-in-law he was talking about was naturally Mrs. Zhong, whom Su Lu had contacted. The wife of Commander Zhong of the 4th Military Region of the Federation was naturally very respected in the Federation. However, the Zhong family was the only one of the 7 major families in the Federation that held actual military power. This made her very different from the other wives of the 7 major families. The woman in her 30s was currently exuding the most mature and beautiful luster in her life. Her eyes were soft and gentle. Occasionally, a glance at her would give people a pleasant feeling of closeness. After hearing Fatty Tian's words, she didn't answer immediately. Instead, she fell into deep thought. She was indeed a little surprised to suddenly receive a call from the little boy today. Although she had agreed to help him, there were still many things that needed to be analyzed after hanging up the phone. The results of the presidential election were coming out soon. However, for Mrs. Zhong, the parliamentary financial audit at the beginning of next year was what she was most concerned about. She had to fight for sufficient resources from the hands of those senators. This was related to the stability of the front line in the West Woods. Therefore, she didn't plan to return to the West Woods to spend the new year. After all, Commander Zhong would be back during the presidential inauguration ceremony. "You know the person who called," Mrs. Zhong said with a smile. "2 years ago, that little boy accompanied the fireworks on your ship for a long time. I gave him a card, but he didn't call for 2 years. I didn't expect that he would call now." The nail clipper in Fatty Tian's hand paused slightly. The eyes on his round face narrowed slightly. He was still as harmless as before. The coldness in his eyes was well hidden. After a moment, he slowly said, "Su Lo." This name came out of his mouth. It was extraordinarily simple and didn't require much thought. Unlike what Su Lo had imagined, whether it was Mrs. Zhong or Captain Tian, neither of them had forgotten this boy they had met by chance. Fatty Tian still remembered Su Li's persistence and stubbornness, as well as a certain rare quality that he displayed. It should be known that the evaluation of 3 youths was given to Su Lo by this fat captain. Madame Zhong would occasionally remember the boy in thin clothes standing in the wind and snow from her daughter's mutterings. However, she had heard less about him in the past year. However, the real reason why Mrs. Zhong and Fatty Tian had never forgotten him was because of himself. As an important force in the federal military and one of the 7 major families, these people were very clear about all the major events that happened in the Federation and the inside story behind them. The assassination in Linhai State, the core data incident at the Husk Institute, the development of the MX Mecha, the battle on Cocky Peak. The Zhong family of West Woods had been quietly watching from the sidelines. However, that name that had always appeared was hard for them to forget. Su Lo. Who would have thought that a retired soldier from East Woods, who seemed like a very amiable little boy at the time, would actually do so many things in these 2 years? Mrs. Zhong said with a smile. Fatty Tian shook his head and chuckled. "I'm not surprised. Back on the ancient bell, he used those simple tools to reassemble an old-fashioned mecha. At that time, I was sure that this kid was a genius in the field of mecha repair." Then he shrugged, put down the nail clipper, and said, "And this kid is very good at fighting." Mrs. Zhong smiled and said, "He asked me to help him find someone in Bermuda. I've already promised him." Fatty Tian was silent for a long time. Then he said, "Hasn't this little guy always been close to the Tai family? Why did he come to us? Of course, who knows if he wants to find someone in Bermuda, it's more convenient for us West Woods people, but I still think it's a little strange. I don't care about that. I think it's good that he's willing to owe us a favor." Mrs. Zhong said with a smile, "Lake has been carrying out a secret mission in Bermuda recently. I just happened to hand it over to him. That was a top-secret mission from the Bureau of Proclamation." Mrs. Zhong and Fatty Tian didn't know the truth of the mission, but that didn't stop them from knowing about the mission. For the soldiers of the 4th Military Region stationed in the West Woods, whether it was the glory of the Charter or the Zhong family, they were the most worthy of respect and obedience. At this time, the road outside the villa suddenly became lively. Following the sound of a heavy car door closing, an anxious female voice sounded. "Miss is back." Fatty Tian stood up. He had just stood up when a 7 or 8-year-old little girl screamed and rushed past him. The little girl immediately rushed past Madame Zhong without stopping in the slightest. Her speed was incomparably fast as she ran upstairs. Hello, Mom. Hello, Uncle Tian. It's too late. Ah. The replay is about to end. In the sound of footsteps on the stairs, the little girl used a clear and tender voice to greet as she ran, but she didn't have the interest to stop and talk. She was wearing a cute white puffy dress that swayed with her hurried footsteps, like a rolling cloud. As for the little girl's beautiful black hair, it was still the same as it was 2 years ago. She maintained that extremely neat fringe. As she moved, it flew up and down without a single strand out of place. It was like a beautiful black shell, but it was more like what Su Le had once described, a watermelon rind. The door slammed shut, and the sound of the TV sounded. It was the ending song of the end-of-the-century craze that the Federation TV Channel 23 had been replaying from the beginning in the last 6 months. Mrs. Zhong and Fatty Tian looked at each other and didn't say anything for a long time. Mrs. Zhong frowned and sighed. She said, "I'm really worried that this child will enter the rebellious phase ahead of time." Fatty Tian shrugged and shook his shoulders like a big piece of dough, refusing to express any opinion. "I don't know if she still remembers that boy called Su Le." Mrs. Zhong thought of the previous phone call and couldn't help but laugh. At the beginning, there was no lack of clamor to find her big brother Su Le. After saying this, the smile on Mrs. Zhong's face gradually disappeared. She said calmly, "Su Le has shown excellent qualities before. I'm willing to help him this time." "But what about Lady Tai?" Fatty Tian frowned and asked. Mrs. Zhong said calmly, "I've always respected Madam, and even faintly feared her. But we all know that Lady Tai has the brightest pair of eyes in the Federation. The Xiao Shu Foundation has unearthed who knows how many outstanding talents, like Big Secretary Shin. This year, the Tai family is obviously cultivating Su Le. I don't know what happened between Su Le and Lady Tai, but I welcome this kind of thing. Lady Tai wants to cultivate a young man, and if he can be recruited into the Guzhong Company or the 4th Military Region, that would be the best thing." He was really surprised when he saw the photo and the information. Butler Jean stood respectfully behind Lady Tai. The banquet in the clubhouse had already started, but the vice president hadn't arrived yet. Lady Tai didn't need to go out, and the lively atmosphere in the clubhouse couldn't affect the silence in this room. Lady Tai nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. No matter how calm a person was, once they knew that their biggest secret was in someone else's hands, and that they could become the enemy of the entire Federation at any time, they would have some intense reactions. That was why Madame Tai gave Su Le some time alone to let him calm down and make the right judgment. Butler Jean paused slightly and said, but at that moment, his pupils didn't shrink. This reaction was much stiffer than expected. After that, he stayed in the Charter Square in a daze. Secretary Bai came, and he also made a few phone calls. "As per your instructions, I didn't track the contents of the calls." Lady Tai frowned slightly. She shouldn't have spent so much time and energy on a person like Su Le. No matter how outstanding Su Le was, he was just a talent, and the Federation had tens of billions of people. What they didn't lack the least was talents. However, Su Le was that person's student, and at the same time, he showed unexpected abilities. Lady Tai really felt that it was a very good choice for Tai Yuan to have such a supporter in the future. That was why she directly exposed everything today, trying to control, not destroy. There was a knock on the door. Butler Jean walked over and listened for a while, then walked back to Lady Tai and said in a low voice, "Su Le is back." He met Li Xiuzhu and Lin Dohai in the side hall. "There's a conflict." "Very good." Lady Tai smiled slightly. Chapter 286. The feast at the Windy Slope Clubhouse was not a wild carnival. After the Federation was stabilized, the cannibals picked up their plates again. However, they still had to pay attention to their manners and table manners. Naturally, they would not praise the taste of the flesh and blood of the common people with blood on their lips. They would only pretend to be deeply concerned about the country and the people, and pinch the thickness of their pockets. Therefore, the feast at the clubhouse tonight was not very naked. The only one who was the focus of attention was Su Lo. Walking into the clubhouse, he met Li Shizhu and Lin Dohai in the corridor. These two successors of the 7 major families of the Federation used a calm and mocking tone to celebrate. When they raised their glasses to celebrate, he lowered his head and did not say anything. The other party's meaning was very clear. If he stepped over the threshold, it was equivalent to tying a rein around his neck. He could not run freely in the wilderness, but he could only be driven by others. In the HTD Bureau, even if ordinary people wanted to raise pets, they had to pay a large fee and go through a very complicated approval process. However, the guests of the Windy Slope Clubhouse all had their own horse ranch in the remote mountains. You are just a dog that Madam uses to bite people. Lin Dohai did not hide the hatred and contempt in his eyes. He lowered his voice in front of Su Lo and said fiercely, "When we need you, we will let you out to bark. When we don't need you, you can only obediently stay in the kennel." Lin Dohai glanced at the medal on his military uniform and said mockingly, "Of course, we will give him a big bone to taste." Su Lo did not pay attention to this young man. Among the descendants of the 7 major families, there was no doubt that Lin Dohai was the worst. He just stared at Li Shizhu, who was next to Lin Dohai. This was the first time he met the successor of the Li family. Looking at Li Shizhu's handsome face, which could be compared to Shi Qinghai's, Su Lo narrowed his eyes, but his mind drifted to other places. In order to maintain the stability of the Federation, both the government and Lady Tai chose to compromise after Macklin admitted defeat. This was a decision that did not seem to be a big problem. However, behind this compromise, were the Li family and the Lin family, who had always supported Macklin, worried about something. As a giant in the financial world of the Federation, would the Li family really be afraid of a strike by the oily workers in the 4 provinces? Could it be that they really didn't have any way to resolve the possible turmoil? This was really a very funny joke. It was just another compromise between the Federation government and the 7 families. This was probably the truth of the matter. Because he found it funny, Su Lo narrowed his eyes and laughed. The wine cup in his hand was already empty. With a shake of his wrist, the wine cup directly smashed into Lin Dohai's face. The glass shattered and blood flowed out, interrupting Lin Dohai's endless resentment and ridicule. "I failed," Su Lo said, and then walked inside. The small conflict in the clubhouse immediately subsided. Under the arrangement of Butler Jean, not many people noticed this scene. In Lady Tai's eyes, a young man with a temperament like Su Li's would probably be so unrestrained only when he was angry and depressed to a certain extent. As for why he was angry and depressed, naturally, it was because he made a decision that was contrary to his true thoughts. Therefore, Lady Tai's mood was very calm. Looking at the young man in front of her, she said softly, "Take a break for 2 months first. After Mr. Pabre takes office, there will be many things for you to do." Su Lo nodded and took the document bag. In the bag, there was the award order and many documents that he was unwilling to accept previously. As for the other document bag that contained his biggest secret and Li Wei's safety, naturally, no one would give it to him, and he did not want to take it. Once again stepping on the slightly damp and slightly warm bluestone road, under the night sky, Su Lo walked between the flowing wind slope clubhouse. He thanked a manager for sending him off and looked over at the clubhouse through a few expensive evergreen shrubs. There were more than 10 important guests sitting there. He could see that the embarrassed Lin Dohai was still lowering his head and wiping something. On a small special stage, actors from the Federation's Academy of Arts were carefully putting on a play. Su-lo glanced at it. Relying on his memory from the library of Hishi State University, he recognized that this was a play that had been passed down for thousands of years by the great playwright Schiller. In an instant, he thought of the script that Lady Tai told him in the afternoon. He could not help but narrow his eyes. In order to avenge his family, the male lead fought with the stone giant, and in the end, all the villagers in the village were buried with him. Was this cold-blooded or hot-blooded? Was this the natural justice of revenge, or was it a mental patient who placed his thoughts above his surroundings? Su-lo was only a young man in his 20s. He did not know how to evaluate the male lead. Moreover, he did not have any revenge, so he did not think too much about it. On the stage, the male lead of the play was a prince who had lost his family and country. The prince pulled out his long sword and shouted to the night sky, "Even if I am locked in a fruit shell, I still think that I am the king of infinite space." Su-lo looked at the actor on the stage and repeated this line. Then, he left the clubhouse. At this time, snowflakes fell again. Under the illumination of the clubhouse's clear lights, it was especially holy. The capital of the north and the port were all in the winter snow. Further north, Linhai was already experiencing a combination of wind and snow, cold and gloomy. In the southern hemisphere, Heat Wave Island was entering the hottest time of the year. It was also the most popular time. There were more and more beautiful women wearing very little clothes on the beach, and the eye-suppressing monument wine in the bar was getting less and less. In a wooden house on the sea in a remote area behind Heat Wave Island, Shi Qinghai was drinking beer while watching the news on his mobile phone with narrowed eyes. The beautiful girl behind him pressed her body against his back. Her face was full of reluctance and shyness. She asked softly, "Are you really leaving?" In order to explore this lonely sea, Mr. Shi and this girl had stayed on the island for a long time. However, there were still some days before the original deadline, but he had to leave. Shi Qinghai smiled. There was a charming smile in his peach blossom eyes. He said gently, "Good girl." The news on his mobile phone was broadcasting that this morning, relevant scholars jointly nominated Senator Medellin, who had just withdrawn from the presidential election, to compete for the Nebula Peace Prize to be awarded next year. In the eyes of many people, Senator Medellin resolutely decided to withdraw from the election in order to heal the rift in the Federation and quell the demonstrations and school strikes in various regions. In the following days, he spared no effort to express his support for Senator Pobre. This kind of respectable political ethics was completely qualified to win the Nebula Peace Prize. No one could compete with him at all. The girl behind him asked curiously, "Can Senator Medellin really win the Nebula Prize?" Shi Qinghai paused for a second, then smiled and stroked the girl's back. He said softly, "Silly girl, the Nebula Prize has always only been awarded to the people who are still alive." The girl didn't understand. She thought that Senator Medellin was still alive and well. Shi Qinghai didn't explain. He said a few words to her and gave one of the 2 fishing rods he always carried with him to the girl. Then, he began to pack his luggage and was ready to leave. The girl didn't want to leave, and even her eyes started to tear up. Shi Qinghai, on the other hand, was very calm and even cold. When a white cloud covered the hot sun in the blue sky, he walked up the wooden stacks in the dark and walked towards the land. He was carrying a long bag made of dense materials in his hand. In the bag, there was a fishing rod that he had used for many days. Only he knew that in the long bag that was nominally carrying a fishing rod, there was actually a big gun that was used to kill people. He left the beautiful Heat Wave Island early, and the girl who made him calm and happy with both passion and shyness, was because he was going to use this big gun to kill people. Like Su-lo, Shi Qinghai had never considered whether the fanatical supporters would cause social unrest in the Federation after he killed Senator Medellin. Would it cause any riots? Would it cause more deaths in a chaotic federation under the threat of the Empire? He would not consider whether it was morally untenable to involve more innocent people for the sake of revenge. Mr. Scher's idea was very simple. He wanted revenge. He wanted to clean up the traitors. Since the rotten government of the Federation had disappointed him again, he had to do it himself. As for the chaos and riots, as long as Senator Medellin was dead, what could the young propaganda team do? So what if it was really chaotic? As an excellent spy trained by the anti-government army, wasn't his mission to cause chaos in the Federation? Walking on the soft beach, he remembered the ideals of the anti-government army more deeply than ever before. Revolution was never about treating people to a meal. In order to seek a new federation, death was always inevitable. Sulu had a dream. It was not a dark dream. The person who talked to him was not the omnipresent and omnipotent great being, but a blurry figure whose face he couldn't see clearly. He could only be sure that it was definitely not Uncle Fomu. The government's compromise is to protect the long-term interests of the Federation. Don't you think that your decision is very disregarding the overall situation? The long-term interests and the overall situation are just a fig leaf that some people use to seek their own interests. They want the Federation to be stable because they need to suck blood from this stable body. However, this is not stability, it's numbness. The so-called long-term interests are, after all, just their interests, such as the interests of the Lee family. Have you ever thought that if you do this, many innocent people may die because of the riots? You also said that it's possible. We can't think in advance about things that haven't happened yet. Besides, I've always thought that if Senator Medellin is dead, there will be no one who can incite the people the most. Maybe the turbulence of last month won't repeat itself. You underestimated the fanatical support of the lower-class people for him. The people can't be deceived forever. In fact, when the evidence appeared, many people began to suspect him. Unfortunately, the process was forcibly stopped by the Federation. Because if the investigation continued, many people in the Federation would feel fear. You're comforting yourself, Dream said. Hundreds and thousands of people will die, and you're just satisfying your hypocritical sense of morality and realizing your personal goals. In this sense, you will be a terrorist. No, Senator Medellin is the terrorist because hundreds and thousands of people have died. If he doesn't die, I don't know if more people will die. The law has already acquitted him. Senator Medellin was able to escape the trial of the law because he threatened many timid people with social unrest. It's like a bandit taking a kitchen knife, putting it on an old woman's neck, and then asking for money. We can't just ignore him because he always has a kitchen knife in his hand, right? Not all cases will be tried in the end. I insist. What are you insisting on? The ridiculous sense of justice that was taught by books. Or the impulse to become the ultimate judge after one's strength swelled. I insist that what's wrong is wrong, and that those who make mistakes have to pay the price. The purpose of killing is not to kill, but to reason. There is one kind of right and wrong on this end of the universe, and there is another kind of right and wrong on the other end. Your right and wrong is not necessarily everyone's right and wrong. But I am me. Of course, I can only insist on my own right and wrong. This is a naive impulse, a childish passion. When you're young, you're not afraid of anything, only passion. When you're old, you have everything, but you don't have any passion. Before you're old, you might be able to spill your passion. The other end of the dream was silent for a long time before it repeated the previous words. You will be a fanatical, dangerous, and terrorist who doesn't see the big picture and doesn't cherish life. Sulu was silent for a long time before he said to the blurry shadow, or perhaps to himself, so be it. I'm not doing this for some political ideology, not to avenge my family, and not because of the national feud that the heroes in Schiller's play are obsessed with. I'm just insisting on what I think is right. If such a person is a terrorist, then I am a terrorist. After saying this, the blurry shadow in the dream left. Sulo woke up from his sleep. He rubbed his somewhat dry eyes and quietly looked in the direction of the glass window. It had been more than 20 days since Macklin withdrew from the presidential election. Just as Lady Tai had arranged, he chose to temporarily rest. Every day, he silently shuttled back and forth between his apartment in Wangdu and the Whitewater Company in the suburbs of the capital. Outside the window of the apartment, there was a creeper vine. It extended from spring to summer, and at its peak, it occupied half of the window. At this time, midwinter had arrived, and the green leaves had turned into a fiery red. Then, one by one, they fell and floated away, making one's heart palpitate. After leaving the apartment, he took a car to the Whitewater Company. After confirming his authorization, he entered Team 7's exclusive armory. The cold underground lights lit up from time to time with the sound of his footsteps. In the deepest part of the armory, Magnolia, wearing protective goggles, was dismantling the gun in her hands. She softly said, "Today, we will learn about the possible problems that may arise when using the common types of bullets in the H-series guns. What we need to practice is the sudden movement route in a narrow space and the coordination of shooting speed." I couldn't help but look at the book review. I wanted to explain a few words. Sulo is obviously not me. The thoughts in his head have nothing to do with me, and I won't comment on them. Well, if there is a need, I can criticize him properly and write with a critical attitude. Because I didn't expect there to be so many arguments, I spent a few more words explaining in today's chapter. Of course, I explained from his standpoint. In fact, to put it bluntly, people's views of right and wrong will never be the same. Sulo at least has an extremely strong point, or rather, a terrifying point, which is that he sticks to his own ideas and puts them into practice. Maybe he is wrong. Who knows? I just don't want him to cause any big problems. This is a fictitious world, so we can make arrangements. Therefore, what we are writing is called a fantasy novel. Of course, it will not be realistic. P.S. Mainly, I want to write about a quality that has been forgotten for a long time. I want to write about a person who is serious. From now on, I will only write about the plot and not explain anymore. Firstly, it is too tiring. A few thousand words is more tiring than a few 10,000 words. Secondly, I realize that the more I say, the more mistakes I make. Damn it, I don't need to pretend anymore. I insist that people like Medellin must pay a sufficient price. Those who deliberately kill innocent people must die. Writing a story, but I can't let the male lead be happy with his revenge. It is too sullen. I even have to spend more words to explain. This is my problem. It shows that I shouldn't read the book review. After all, I am an extremely cowardly person. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.